Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Brawling Dragon Tavern, where we count how many spots are on a beholder's backside. Or a six-legged cow. We're officially opening the doors to the tavern tonight for tonight's session. And yeah, we're rocking and rolling and staying in good spirits and asking ourselves existential questions like, does a cow pee in the middle of a forest and does the farmer hear it? Hey, Scabbard, I hear you like recaps, so go ahead and get on it, bud.
Alright. Well, started off with the party separating. Cayenne going to attempt to reach her sister as well as Alufa using a device that Scabbard doesn't know about, I don't even think anybody else knows about it. But she was able to get in contact while the rest of the family went out to go and deal with delivering food to Maggie that was collected by Nikolai after first receiving Goblin Haggard. That was so bad it permeated through a bag of holding. Just remarkably impressive and horrifying.
Yeah, terrifying at the same time. Damn sure.
So got the right stuff. Spoke with Ness, figure things out. Went to go ahead and deliver food with Maggie and actually sit down and have a meal with him. And
Interjection here. It took about 15 minutes for us to actually convince the player / character that you didn't have to have an entire war council to decide just to go have dinner.
Yes, that is true. The thought process was to like not to convince them about like dinner, but like to be able to talk to everybody and basically be, hey, so this is the thing that's happening, but that's besides the point. We had the whole dinner where we learned a little bit more about some of the things that Maggie was going through. And were briefly whisked away once Kyan was able to get in touch with a specific Fae, which was really cool. I'm going to assume some type of Fae Kitsune that was able to create contracts.
This is the part where we all lean in and whisper each other. Try to pay attention.
So far, not too bad.
Not too bad. Keep going, bud.
And found out that this one in particular definitely probably cost a lot because there was no strings attached. They were actually very good in their nature and did everything correctly. And also found out that what we were asking of, specifically what Kayam was asking of, was above this specific Fae's ability to do so. So she contacted a Paladin of Torment, who did some really impressive things as well. Was able to determine that Maggie was in fact not evil, but quite in fact the opposite. He was good. Which means that Mustache Rurik did this all intentionally, or it could have been someone else. We don't really know exactly yet, but it's pretty safe to assume it was Mustache Rurik. So after that, took Maggie back to the ship, took care of a bit more business. We then learned the true power of what he was capable of after some brief field surgery to recover a magic wand within a pocket dimension inside of him. Yeah, that's still trying to still wrap my head around that one. How do you not like sucking yourself into the bag at that point? Like what?
Do you fall into a bag of holding that you're holding?
No, but like it's inside of me. It's crazy to think about. But anyways, after that he was able to plane shift the whole ship, which impressed Priscilla, and we then found ourselves outside of Casil, where there were, I believe, 15 warships docked around the city. And that's where we left off. Oh, almost forgot. We also went to the temple where we met the satyr, all spoke with various deities, and Tavern basically got
If you're
told,
bold
hey,
attack, fucker!
yes, that.
The most memorable moment for Scav, and he forgets about it.
That's about just of what happened.
Go ahead, Nikolai.
Okay. So, yes, we did begin the session where Nikolai was trying to gather food so he can take it to Maggie. That was a little bit of a crazy ordeal. But it ended up okay after a little bit of while and having to go to the captain, which was disappointing because Nikolai didn't want to disturb her. So
I got a quick question. What did I say the symbol for the Allfather was?
I don't remember.
Or would know this.
I'm trying to recall. I think I wrote it down.
Because my brain is drawing a huge blank right now. All I'm thinking about is Guinness.
My brain is go completely just cloud
Normally
blank.
I'm really good about putting that stuff into notes, and I don't even have the Allfather underneath my icons of
forgot to
faith.
put my headset in.
So, I've got an answer for you that one on sheet. My bad.
All right. I'm sure our astute chat will let me know.
Oh, for
I
sure.
totally forgot to put my headpiece in. So, anyway, so after gathering food, spoke with the family a little bit about what my plans were to bring Maggie something to eat, since he hadn't had anything like actual to eat for hundreds of years. At which point, it was determined that Cayenne was going to do something on her own, which ended up to being kind of like the clinch move for the session. Where the boys were visiting Maggie to give him a decent dinner for the evening. We learned one thing that was going to happen to Maggie very soon, and that he was going to be physically tortured for the evening. That was disturbing as all shit. But before that revelation, I do think that the dinner was going well, and Maggie was somewhat normalizing a little bit. But before the meal commenced or concluded, each one of our characters got pulled from this dimension into another dimension from which Cayenne and a Feywild Kitsune butterfly fairy thing was.
It wasn't really another dimension, as more so them making their own visible pocket dimension.
Yeah, it was spatial dimension. Yeah.
Slash office.
Office, yeah, spatial dimension in space and time. One by one, we got pulled into this office space. At which point there were a couple clarifying things in the contract that were brought up. At which point this Kitsune character then brought in an assistant who happened to be some type of paladin of torment. Sounds pretty terrible. And then we headed off back to Maggie's and visited him, at which point this paladin of torment was able to determine that there is nothing evil in Maggie, that the house is evil. And then the Kitsune was able to, after being present in the house, know how to break the lock, and was able to successfully remove Maggie from the house. And the Torment Paladin decided he was going to have a good time and stay in the house.
I can see the Torment Paladin looking over at Scabbard and saying, "No tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering." For those that know where that quote's from.
So then we took Maggie to the boat, at which point
have that on
he
a
was
shirt.
incredibly tearful, filled with tears of joy, I presume. I hope. And concluded the evening with Maggie trying to sleep under a table inside Mongo's room, I believe. Then we woke up the next morning. I think Mongo took Maggie to the doctor just to make sure he's okay. At which point, I think that's where we got the instructions on removing his wand. No, we went to, after the doctor, then we went to the temple.
You talked. So you went to the temple.
Yeah,
Maggie
then we went
stayed
to
on the
temple.
ship.
Maggie stayed on the ship.
And then after the temple, you got on the ship, talked to
Yeah.
Chris, and then that's when Maggie
Yeah.
went to the doctor because he needed a checkup at his point. No, he
No, the
went to the-
checkup was early in the morning.
Mongo felt that he needed a checkup.
Okay,
because it's
wait,
been a while.
one
Yeah,
sec.
yeah, yeah.
Pause. Let me get my brain in order.
Okay,
You took Maggie to the doctor.
in the morning, right?
And then he stayed on the ship.
Yeah.
Well, you guys went to the temple. When you got back to the temple, you went to the press to talk about getting
Yeah,
back home.
then we went to press to talk about because Maggie knew that he could just teleport the ship. It was like the whole ship, like the whole thing. You know how big this thing is, right? And he did after Cayenne using the blood magic that Maggie used to lock it in him, his wand in him, being tied to either, I think it was Cayenne's mother. So only someone related to her could pull it out, which is fine, whatever. And he thought it was going to be no big deal, but then he almost died. And then he cast his teleport, and we were in Castile. We noticed that there was a armada of warships, and the first thing Nikolai did was call Milam on the sending stone and let her know that it's us. I think that's about where we ended. No, I've got one. You want to take me on so I can go get my headset?
Did you forget a big detail of Milam?
Oh, you don't have a headset, do you?
That's what I'm saying.
So
Get your headset.
You want to take me on the
Milan
camera?
does have history with Priscilla.
That's right. Milam does have history
Yeah,
with
the
Priscilla.
gunpowder that they use.
Yeah. They know each other. They are estranged friends.
I don't know if they're strange. They're definitely strange.
All right, Cayenne. You're up. You always give some of the best recaps.
I'm
Oh,
a little
much popped.
rusty this time, but the biggest thing that I do remember is the meeting with the Fae after I called Alufa at a very late hour and felt terrible that I woke her up with her sleep with my sister. Little odd, but not the worst thing. I've experienced worse as a player to Cayenne. Like finding out her grandfather is the all-father to all giants.
Just remember, it's so big.
Which, after finding that out, as well as finding out that she basically has to talk to Osling about us needing to choose who's going to take Father's place as to being the god of all centaurs, while the other would potentially stay going on Mother's path, while still being stuck in all the royal duties.
There's
choices
no
do
easy
have to be
path
made.
there.
Hmm?
There is no easy choice there.
No. And then, by talking to Alufa, she was able to get contact to the Fae of which we had the meeting with, which Cayenne is going to find out just how much that cost.
that was pretty.
She's going
pretty
to try
expensive.
to find that out because that's definitely not cheap for what this Fae was capable of. Essentially, for the contract, the people that needed to be present to sign needed to be called in by name. And Cayenne didn't think that they would be summoned into a pocket office.
That just sounds so funny. Pocket office.
Like a Polly Pocket. But, people tried to get her name, and then Cayenne thought to call her Navora. It was a different word on stream, and then I realized where that may have been an issue with copyright, so she thought of something different to say. Found out that Maggie also had to be there to sign, but in order to do so, we needed to go inside the house, and this required taking a Paladin of Torment into said house, which the Paladin determined that Maggie is good, which is great. After that was determined, we fulfilled the contract everyone signed, and then we took Maggie outside of the house, where he broke down and sobbed upon Cayenne's back.
The entire way back.
He was so tired out from sobbing that he passed out on the ship. I asked Mongo if he would like his father in his room, which we found out that he ended up sleeping underneath a table. We all got breakfast and got lovely tales of some of the things he lived through on a day-to-day basis. And then I do remember having to perform surgery that I was the only one who could perform said surgery, which
You're
Cayenne
all
did not
the-
enjoy.
You're all the way up to your shoulder inside of Maggie.
Yep.
And he's only 2 feet tall.
Which, by the way, I don't remember Cayenne ever fully cleaning her arm off
No.
after this.
So you have crusty, dry Maggie blood on your arm.
Actually, I remember it being cleaned.
Oh, so it
'Cause
did
I
get
don't-
cleaned?
I remember it being cleaned. I think by Maggie himself.
That's right. Maggie did clean it.
Yeah, for some reason, I don't remember that being said that had been done.
You also had the trip to the temple as well.
Yes. I went there in hopes to make contact with grandfather
And
to
you
get
got
to know who
intercepted.
he was, and got summoned into a different family reunion.
One that you actually seem to enjoy quite a bit.
Yeah, because she's actually the most sane conversation with a god outside of Selene, the god, the deity of fate, and then with the Lady of Blood as well. Those are more straightforward in meetings. They're not like a little bit on the crazier side, like you would expect. Especially with Osil, the satyr goddess of mischief.
He oversees all satyrs of all kinds.
Which is actually pretty interesting. She turned me into a shrinky dink, essentially, in her hand
And
when
you're
she
tiny.
was commenting on my height. She's like, "Oh, I thought you'd be taller." I'm growing, it's just slowly. But I had a
You have not come to your
wonderful
full power yet.
Watch, you get a package from her, and it's literally just labeled "to squirt."
That's pretty funny.
had a really lovely meeting with her. Learned a little bit more on Holvar's transgressions, and learned that grandfather is definitely more on the disgruntled old man attitude sort to life. And Cayenne is still determined to try to make contact with him again.
I say go for it.
After all that, we went back to the ship after doing the temple. And then in the next morning, we were teleported to Casil. Met with a lot of warships outside. But Nikolai made contact with Milam. We all got to hear Priscilla and Milam speak on how they knew each other, and that apparently Priscilla owed Milam a drink. So that was different. And then we were, I believe, getting ready to get off the ship at the dock in Casil.
Yep. Mungo, I saved you for last.
So,
Go for it, buddy.
okay, so effectively we got to start off with Scav trying to summon everybody of any kind of importance, just to basically tell them, hey, we're gonna go have a meal and small talk with the guy in the house, and then trying to teach him, no, not everything you do is that fucking important, bud. Yeah, Nikolai got some provisions.
A turkey and pork ribs or
You know,
cow ribs probably.
world's worst haggis.
The
Yeah, that I left off on the
the
way.
most adorable thing with Feisty hitting onto the ribs.
Yeah, yeah.
Threw that haggis in deep in the forest.
Spears just instantly scatter away from it.
It was better than the than the totems that we had made for.
Keep going.
Yeah, I got to find out a little bit more because basically the old man said, I might want to get heading out here pretty soon, because that's when we found out that he basically gets ripped apart and has to piece himself back together. But just before we headed out, Cayenne said she was just going to go talk to somebody about a contract. And throughout the course of dinner, that's when we started kind of getting moved away one by one into this little Kassoon's office space.
Office space
Everybody
and time.
Yeah. I'm sure there's an office space reference in there somewhere. It is.
I have an assistant named Jim.
There you go. That's when we all got to find out what the contract is. And that's, yes, it does get Maggie out of the house, but if he kind of violates the moral,
Baseline.
yeah,
of
kind
the
of
party.
baseline of everybody who puts their name on the contract, so that's 4 people, that he has to find a way to navigate. Or he gets put into a little bottle that Cayenne has.
Dude, your balls finally dropped.
Ice maiden.
I feel uncomfortable being close to you, man.
It was a cold day in hell.
Probably is. With the way we got the audio tune, that probably didn't even get picked up.
No, I'm just making commentary and it got everybody to laugh.
Pretty great.
Yeah, so the question of Maggie's morality came up again. So the Kitsune, a bit bubbly in nature and kind of funny, decided to summon their friend, the Ray of Sunshine, as referred to. A paladin of torment, who I think was a tiefling.
I think so. I don't know if
Yeah, I think you're
Tiefling
right.
or a leaf chucker, I don't remember.
Or leaf chucker. Is that an elf?
Yeah, tiefling.
Oh God. Shut up.
Oh,
Is there something I could throw at you? Yes, I have large dice in
I
there.
can't wait until Cayenne is back at the table and she can physically hurt you.
be ashamed.
Why? We know when it comes to jokes, I don't get ashamed. It's everything else that gets cranked way the fuck up to adjust for it. Yeah, so we go visit Maggie. That's when the Ray of Sunshine declares that, yeah, there's no evil in him, just he is surrounded by it, by the house. So everybody signs the contracts, including Maggie. And then that's when it kind of reveals that he's kind of tethered there by some sort of magic strings that get cut. Goes to walk up to the door and says, last time I tried this, I got disintegrated. So Mongo offered a couple of paws of encouragement and just shoved his ass out the door.
I wonder how would Mongo have responded if he got disintegrated?
And I feel kind of bad. It's like, oh no, my dad's actually dead now, instead of just me thinking he was dead the entire time. It's a subtle difference. But yeah, he immediately started crying, because, well, when you're tortured for 400 fucking years. Yeah! Cayenne was nice enough to let him ride on the back all the way back to the ship. I kind of figured it's like, well, you were living off of like swamp water and gross thing that qualified as food. Should probably go to the doctor. So we went, and that's when he revealed that he kind of got a blessing from a god. I'm not going to repeat how. That he doesn't get sick anymore.
Oh, yeah. The one where he tried to
We don't-
seduce a god, and they rewarded him with never getting sick.
Yeah. It's
I thought
probably
that was
handy
great.
for a bard.
Probably.
But yeah, so everybody. Well, then he kind of went to talk to the captain. It's like, hey, I can get us back to the material plane. I just need a thing. My wand is hidden away. I thought we were gonna have to go on a quest, and it's gonna take like 2 months to get his fucking wand back. But no, all we had to do was just gut him like a fish. Oh yeah. Sorry, I skipped a part. Before
We'll go
all
to the
that,
temple, yeah.
after the doctor, Mongo and Maggie went to the library. Eventually, Cayenne came in and said, "Hey, would you mind if I have a little bit of your blood to give to her lady of
Oh
blood?"
yeah.
Oh
And
my
he basically
god.
turned his hand to a
Yeah.
Pez dispenser, forgetting, oh right, I don't heal from everything out here. So
The first
getting,
time he
instead
almost
of a
died.
vial of blood, she got about a bucket and a half. He got woozy, but fixed. So he's gonna have to keep that in mind for a while. Then we went to the captain.
Well, you also went to the before you went to the captain and talked about getting back. You did go to the temple.
I thought that we went to the cap. Oh yeah, because then after that, yeah, Maggie stayed on the ship.
Because
and-
remember, Maggie got the Cayenne operation in front of the captain in
Yeah.
her office on her table.
Yeah. Yeah, Scav basically got told to, give his balls a tugs. By his god. Nikolai talked to somebody.
Both Eureka and Carl Goldthorn.
Yeah, the one who was presiding over the temple is actually impressed that you knew the
Yeah.
god's real name.
Yeah.
Cayenne went to reach out to her grandfather, effectively, and got her aunt instead, who sounds like a lot of fun, but maybe that's just, you know, the guy playing a cat hearing about the goddess of mischief, and, you know, cats living to knock shit off tables. So I kind of feel like there's just a natural affection there.
Going to the dark side of Basement Cat.
Well, who says she has to cause mischief for the good people? Maybe they're causing mischief for the bad people and making their plans
There you go.
like kind of fucked up. Like, we don't know what kind of deals the Scooby Gang made. They thwarted an awful lot of bad guys. You don't know who they're in cahoots with. But yeah, Mongo helped clean the temple. Got to talk to Seeping. And Seeping basically just looked at a ball of yarn that is Mongo's life and said, "Nah, you're good." And then chucked it aside and it kind of disappeared. So Mongo's not really sure what to fucking do with that. But yeah, then everybody gets back to the ship. That's when Maggie says, "I can just get us back in like a magic trick." But, you know, need a few components, which all were handed to him very quickly.
Oh, that's right. We did hand in some components, yeah.
But he said he needed to get his wand. And that's when I thought, oh, we're at least going to get like a quest for a few
A
episodes.
little quest for
Fuck was I wrong? All we got was like a cleanup bill. So basically, before Maggie went into the house that he couldn't get out of, he locked away his wand that looks like a skeleton key, which is fucking awesome. And yeah, locked it away inside of like this little pocket dimension sort of thing that was lodged in his chest. But the only way to actually get it out was with a certain centaur's blood that he knew that happens to reside in a certain centaur that we know. So after he gets gutted like a fish, she just reaches in and starts exploring, and then gets like a hand in there, and then kind of goes down to the
Shoulder.
elbow, and then down to the shoulder, and it's like, what the? Grabs a hold of something and decides to pull it out. Thankfully, it was his wand.
The actual one.
Not a euphemism. Much
Mongo
Nate's
passed
chagrin.
out instantly. She just started taking organs out like it was cartoon
Like,
troopers
yeah,
and
this
just
is out of
sending
the-
them there.
Get this out of the way.
Actually, I was kind of seeing it like that dissection when they were when Zoidberg went back in time and was getting dissected. It's like, take it, I got two. But yeah, and then gets patched up, waves his stick around, and poofs the whole ship back to the material plane. Kind of impressing the captain. And that's when we got back to Seal, our home away from home, because we don't really know where home is.
Not to mention Maggie passed out soon after he did it.
Yeah, I kind of burned a lot of effort, but then again, I mean, when you're used to getting tortured and kind of doing anything, you pass out for a while. Because you can finally sleep without having to worry about getting ripped apart and having to find a way to get all of your parts back in order. God, I wonder if he actually got any of the wrong. Ugh. But yeah. Got to look out the window to see a whole bunch of warships. Thankfully, Nikolai had the wherewithal to call it in. It's like,
It's us.
yeah, it's us. We're okay. Friendly ship, friendly ship. But then, yeah, he called his sister Millum, who turns out also knows the captain. And that's about where we left off.
Oh no. That's a little of horror. So there's a version of the Ninja Turtles, the first movie, right?
Uh-oh.
It's released in the UK, and it has pop-up numbers on the screen as you're watching the movie. And it comes with a card with scratch and sniff smell, so you can smell the scene.
No.
That's funny.
Okay, look, having pizza and watching that movie, I'm down. Especially if it's the same kind. I'm fucking down.
But the first time Abel's
I
falling
don't
in the
need to
sewer?
scratch and sniff
No.
the fucking sewer,
No,
dude.
I don't know what that sounds like. Don't need to smell that.
No,
It just smells like Manny on a bad day.
Fuck no.
maybe back when I used to work in the canals within the city. Maybe. But
All right. I would actually be kind of curious about like the smells they include in it, but they would be a lot more mild to me than you guys.
Probably.
All right, so with the wonderful recap, actually pretty decent recap by you tonight, but
Yeah, usually mine will suck out loud.
at least the recap wasn't moist.
Did you lean into the mic when you said that?
Yes, I did,
Weirdo.
just to make it more awkward for Tom. Anyway, for tonight's session, we're
How the
jumping
fuck
into
would a recap get moist? Somebody just drooling and just
99%
saying it and
humidity
spraying
and no
it?
AC.
I don't know what that means, and I don't think I want to.
we wouldn't want to.
I'm pretty sure Jesse could tell us what it's like to be in that kind of situation.
In what situation?
That it's really moist and there's no AC.
Oof. Sounds terrible.
When I lived in Georgia and had my 2001 Ford Escape, and it was peak summer, this was back when weather was usually about like 99 degrees Fahrenheit outside, and the humidity's about, I want to say 78 to about 82%.
Oof. That sounds
And
terrible.
my Ford Escape did not have AC.
Ugh.
Mm-mm. I don't
No, thank you.
recommend it.
All right, jumping into tonight's session, the Maw has reappeared in the Mateo Plain, approaching Casil. The excitement in the family is probably through the roof, as is a bit of nervousness seeing the large amounts of warships that are docked within the area around Casil. And they're forced to sit in silence and wait with each other as the Maw approaches the city. Apparent possible communications being made between the Maw and the city, and those in charge explaining the situation. To the relaxation and ease of the family, and thank God Cayenne, because she won't be thrown out of an airship and plummet through the air to the ocean, you're allowed to dock with the actual city and disembark into Casil.
Any familiar faces?
You haven't disembarked yet, bud. He just pushes his face into a piece of wood. Do I see anything? a little termite looks up. Hi, you're not my god. Cayenne is.
I'll be sure to tell them that Cayenne said.
Anyway, you leave the ship, disembark from it, and head into Casil itself.
They look new.
And you're approached quickly by Sunny.
Before we completely disembark, if I have a chance to tell the captain anything.
I'm sure you can tell her something.
No, nothing much. Just, if she ever needs anything, let us know. Tell her how much we appreciate everything she's done for us, that kind of stuff.
Okay. You're greeted by Sunny as your greeting party, and she's got a really nice vest on and short sleeves on, and do a perception. Cayenne, do a nature for me.
perception.
Mm-hmm.
24.
My nature was a 12.
That would be a 24.
I have 18.
Okay. Sunny, she has an actual wizard's hat on at this point, but it's got a button up on the side like an Australian hat.
Fucking adorable. I love it.
And before you can respond, Cayenne, she comes over and she instantly hugs your leg, and then she hugs you, Monka.
I would give her a head ruffle.
And she looks up at you. She's like, "Oh, it's so good to see you."
It's good to see you too, Sonny.
It's
Does
good
that
to see
hat
you.
mean it's official now?
Oh no, Zeiss has a while to go. I just learns to be fashionable. Would you say, Cayenne?
I would have told her it's good to see her too.
She just smiles
After a comment about fashionability, you look good, kiddo.
and she's wearing rather nice robes as well. And she doesn't have, of course, she doesn't need a book. And she's like, and Maggie walks off the ship, and he instantly just walks over to the guard and puts his hands out.
Sunny?
And the
Got a
guard's
lot
like,
to talk about.
and the guard looks down like,
He's
Maggie, you're a free
fine.
man.
Guys, hold on. I don't know how much the others told you about what we were doing out in the Astral Sea. But there was another one of the parents' houses there. Kind of occupied by someone who might look familiar.
she looks over at this. And Maggie turns very slowly. He still has his hands out to be cuffed. And he sees Sunny, and he just instantly breaks down crying again.
I don't know how many times you looked at that mural.
Cayenne, what you pick up from your nature check, you look around a little bit and you notice it's actually been snowing.
Huh.
And Sunny, she looks over and she furrows her face a little bit. And she just goes over and walks past you very gently. Like, just pats you on the shoulder. And she goes over and just hugs Maggie. And you can just hear Maggie sobbing into her shoulder.
Can't remember his full fucking name, dude.
Huh?
Can't remember his full name.
He never got his food, actually.
Yeah, I did.
It's a long name.
Yeah.
And the guards are still standing there
Welcome
looking
back,
at each
Vince,
other
man.
like,
He's fine. He's used. He from where he was. He's used to being essentially like treated like.
I'll tell you what I know about it later.
where do you guys go from here?
I'll get Maggie up and probably just go back to follow coin or
Or
Sunny.
Sunny here.
More than likely have to follow Sonny because probably have to go to the upper crest more than likely.
She takes you up to the main house, and Maggie stops at the front door, still tears streaking down his fur. And he's very hesitant to go into this house after his experience.
Kind of don't blame him.
I don't blame him. Yeah.
And Sunny turns around.
The house that he was forced to stay in was, to understate it by a lot, very horrible.
Okay.
at Maggie and say, if you don't want to go in, you don't have to. We'll find something else to.
This is the one that's like the Magnificent Mansion, is that right?
They're all like that to degrees.
This is the one that was in the Tinker's Guild that got moved up to the upper crest. So this is the original workshop.
Sunny's like, okay, this is easy. I have a solution. We have a house that's not listed for specific reasons where he can stay.
It's up to you.
And he looks over and he's like, not that I don't trust you implies, but I have some bad experiences.
Totally understand.
I'm not gonna force you to do anything, Maggie. If you'd rather not step foot in there, then it's your choice.
Might take some.
Understandable.
And so she leads you back down to the lower crest, through a bunch of back alleyways and such.
Well, the Magnificent one over in.
Orella.
And she walks up to a wall and she reaches up, standing on her tiptoes, and pushes a stone. Reaches over, pushes another stone, walks over to the side of the floor, picks up a rock, moves it to the other side of the walkway. She goes over and picks a few berries, walks over, puts them into a barrel, walks back and pushes another stone, picks up a piece of chalk that's underneath a leaf, does some sort of symbol, walks over and does something else, and you see a door appear. She's like, okay, here we go.
How much could I have picked up on that?
Perception.
I'd definitely like to help with that.
Damn, almost perfect. To be a 26.
You're standing there watching Nikolai, and you're just watching, like, at first you're probably like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then you realize that it's a very elaborate block, and you're like,
very
holy
elaborate, yeah.
shit.
It's like, so cool.
And you go into this, basically like this nice studio apartment, and the table's covered with all like these scrolls and paperwork and other things, and you see a few stacks of books here and there, some candles that have burnt over and wax. And as you go in, you hear rustling as a scroll is lowered, and you see a plant there that looks like a Venus flytrap is reading the scroll and brings it back up.
Audrey?
Who's the plant?
Oh, that's I forget its name. That's one of Cayenne's seedlings.
Seedling. Okay. I won't
Look at
question.
Cheyenne, very confused.
Hello.
Who is this?
Wave at
Diane?
You guys have been gone a while, and yeah,
Like, what was it, like, how long were we there? Like, about a month or so?
Yeah, maybe a month. Yeah.
and Sunny just walks into the house. Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name.
I'm not going to be the one to break that news to you.
What do you mean?
Uh-oh.
Okay, it's longer than a month. How much?
What's happened?
And he's like, I said I'm not going to be the ones to break the news to you.
Then who do we talk to?
Okay.
Not it.
Fair enough.
There.
Look at the table. Is there a calendar there?
Cayenne, you actually have the first clue as to how long it's been.
Well, I noticed when we were outside, there was snow.
No. What type of what season was it when we originally left?
Not snowing.
Not snowing. It's like early summer. So it's been at least 3-4 months.
I think it was. I think it was about like late summer.
Wait. Can I put two and two together?
I don't know.
Can
What
I
are the
can I
two and two
attempt to like figure out like the time frame based on what season it was and the fact that it had recently snowed?
You can certainly try.
I'm gonna
History.
try.
Maybe
Not different,
survival,
just,
more like survival.
Sunny.
She looks more or less the same, but based on her garb, she's starting to settle into being what she is.
16.
You're like,
Minimum of 6 months.
fuck. And you realize that based off of things that your sister Cayenne has said and things you've learned, the Astral Sea is almost a parallel of the Feywild.
We know for a fact
Time
that
is wonky wonky.
time does not work normally in the Astral Sea, and if that is the case, we've been gone for months.
At least.
Months and months. Possibly half a year.
Minimum half a year.
Am I correct in that, Sonny?
She's already said she doesn't want
You said she's not it.
to go. She's not going to
That's
call past.
fair.
You hear the door open behind you, and Maggie's starting to look around a little bit at this area. Do you guys look to
Yeah,
the door? Yeah, you see Sir Mir standing there.
Shamir.
And he takes a step in the door and he closes it very gently, almost in a just standing between the door, blocking the exit. He reaches up and he unfastens his cloak and he just drops off to the side. And before you can even command him, he has his sword drawn and he lunges in the direction of Maggie.
I will attempt to
Literally.
put myself between him and Maggie.
You'd ace
Shield
between the two of them.
And
Come here. Stop.
Sir Mir just simply says, I'm going to skin you fucking alive for what you did.
Modified
fuck you
20.
all.
Huh?
Modified 20.
You're
Yeah, I
rolling
think I got a
something?
9 on mine.
Initiative?
Not initiative. They're just doing a reflex.
Oh, okay.
And you bring your shield up and your sword to just like brace it. And you get behind Scafford and you hold his shoulders. And that sword, you feel that tip of that sword just hit and just push you guys backwards at least 3 feet.
Wait!
And Maggie pulls out his wand and he's like, I'm going to just defend myself
Stand
here.
down!
And Sir Mir's like, this fucking traitor needs to die right this minute, and I'm going to be the one to put his head on a silver
No.
platter.
Yeah, you're going through me first, fucker.
You don't understand what's happening.
And Sir Mir just, he simply just starts to move past you, and you see him do something.
He moves to hurt him, I blast him.
Go for it. You see Sir Mir actually get a little bit bigger. You see his neck get a little bit longer and his get a little bit more bigger in the upper body. And his maw becomes more like vicious looking.
Well, definitely.
Are you doing anything, Cayenne, or are you just standing on the sideline?
I'll go to stand beside Maggie.
Maggie looks at you, come up next to him and says, I have no clues what is going on.
He has misunderstood the situation, Maggie.
I'm gonna attempt persuasion.
So you can roll your attack against Sir Mir.
If he makes an attack towards Maggie, he's getting fucking blasted.
Ace and I are fighting defensively.
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt persuasion here.
Go for it. Yeah, as you're standing there trying to use this persuasion, Sir Mir uses his combat expertise and moves, putting a foot on the shield and pushing down on both of you to use it as a platform to get closer.
That is a 15. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell him, this is not the Maggie that you know. The one that you are aware of was a false ploy created by that abomination.
And Sir Amir just pushes down on you even harder, and you can feel the sheer weight of him like it doubled almost. Strength.
Strength.
Yeah.
Can
All right.
Ace
That's the
be
wrong
there to
die.
assist?
Cool.
You can send Ace in.
yeah,
to
I
assist.
told send Ace in to assist with
You have
defending.
advantage because of Ace helping you.
It's natural 20. So
Yeah. Ace comes up and slides underneath with both of you, and he grabs you and starts to Simba you up. With your
I'm
shield.
gonna Try and shove him back.
You
Gonna try.
push, but it acts more like a springboard. And you see him just bring his sword around and lunge, and you just see the blade just almost extend like a beam of like crystal towards Maggie. And Maggie just quickly pulls up his wand and just puts up a barrier to protect you three.
Zermir.
He made an attack, yeah.
Go for it. Cayenne?
Oh yeah, I'm doing this.
I'm
I'd be
getting on the-
having my glaive raised and ready.
I'm gonna use a.
11
I'm gonna use
to hit.
grovel, cower, and beg, and I'm just gonna beg him to just stop and
What was
listen.
that?
11 to hit him.
He
Eldritch
gets
Blast.
advantage.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, okay, good. That ain't
I'll
gonna do
call
shit.
Millen back and tell her that she needs to get Kepler's command to stop Zermir. He's gone crazy.
Yeah, I'm just begging
He's not
him
listening
to listen.
he's not listening to Scav. I know he'll listen to Kippa.
Cayenne, you can make an attack. I think you have advantage because of all the people available in their abilities.
Modified 20 Eldritch Blast. Still don't know if that'll fucking hit him because it's fucking Shermir of all people.
You bring around your wand when you miss grabbing your wand, and you just fire off a fireball in his direction because of Eldritch Blast. And you're like,
Okay.
And it
Fireball
hits-
or Eldritch Blast?
and it hits him right in the forearm. And you just see him. You can hear like nails on a chalkboard as it drags across that barrier that he put up, leaving this deep scrape in that barrier that Maggie put up.
Does a natural 20 hit?
Pretty sure that does.
What would you like to do, Cayenne, to Sir Mir with a natural 20?
I'd want to try to make a non-lethal blow to him. You said he's pretty big at this point, so he'd be bigger than Cayenne, yeah?
Oh yeah, he's big and very, almost like a dragon kind of, like almost like a dragon crocodile.
Okay. So basically, I want to try to make a non-lethal blow to kind of get him impaled of sorts on my glaive, so I can kind of control his movements.
Okay, I can work this.
Non-lethal controlling stab.
So,
Man catching, using
so
your
you
glaive
watch
as man
the
catcher.
almost like glaive like sword he's using, and you see he has his hands, and he brings his other hand to grab it to pull it back to steady it on. Basically Maggie, and you see Cayenne step off to the side, and she lines it up almost like just watching. And she brings her glaive around and goes right through the both forearms between those bones and twists down right into the ground.
God damn.
And just pins both of his arms down,
Damn.
and then puts all of her weight on top of it. And Ace goes over and he puts all of his weight on it. Can you make a strength for me?
I'll back up to put myself in between Maggie's barrier
My
and him.
My strength?
22. I think there's one other thing I can do here. And maybe it might just give just a brief moment of distraction. I'm gonna take that ring off so that I no longer look like a silver kobold. I'll just look like how I normally look.
What'd you get for your strength there, Cayenne?
I got a 19.
A 19. You're holding it down, and you jump on Sir Mir, and you pull off your gear's belt, essentially, and you wrap it around his maw, and you pull it tightly so he can't open his mouth, and then you just pop the ring off. So he can't snap at anybody, essentially.
What is wrong with you?
And he just snarls, and you hear the door open again, and you guys, those that can actually look over, you see Kippa, and she's like, and she comes over, and she's like,
What's happened to him?
I think this is in Tinker's terms of you mix nitroglycerin with explosives.
Stop him! He's not listening to Scabbard.
I'm sure. Oh, that's a bad choice of words. I was going to say there's a lot to digest here, but based off of his current predicament. And, okay, she goes over and she just reaches up and she brings her little hands up and she touches Sir Mir. And you see her do something, and Sir Mir just instantly starts to get back to his normal size, relaxing. Oh.
What was that? What's wrong with you, man?
That's what happens when he gets really angry.
Oh, so he has a little some barbarian on him.
Hi, the rest of you. Thank you. And Maggie's just standing there with this wand out, and he's just shaking, like, terrified. And he drops his wand, and he just puts his hands up.
Maggie, you're fine.
Okay, Maggie. Not gonna let him hurt you.
Yeah, still between Mage paw his wand back into his hand.
And, you can take the belt off his mouth so Sir Mir can actually talk, because he can't talk right now. And he just looks over and he spits in the direction of Maggie. He's like, he stabs Sigurd in the back.
Yeah, probably not this one. So how about you calm the fuck down and actually listen?
Kippa's like, she goes over and she's just kind of, scritches your cheeks very gently, and you just feel the spell hit you of calm emotions. And she's like, I'm sorry, but you need to just take that from a 10 to a 2.
You gotta teach me how to do that.
You're not going to be angry in my presence.
You tried to fucking kill my father. We just got him back.
Misunderstandings. I will get to the bottom of it.
Sir Mir?
It's good to see you guys, nonetheless.
Thank you.
It's great to see you, Kippa.
And, Cayenne, do a perception with advantage for me.
With advantage is a 22.
You look over at Kippa, and she's looking a lot trimmer, and you can see that while she is wearing nobility robes, they are actually, there are elements of actual armor in them.
That's pretty cool.
Sir
That's
Mir
actually really
speaks,
cool.
And Sir Mir's like, I don't know all of the details, but this fucker, and he pulls his arms against the glaive, and he doesn't really care about the pain and the fact that he's just pouring blood down onto the floor. He's like, he stabbed Sigurd in the back when he was trying to protect people, and then slit his fucking throat and blew a hole in him.
Sir Mir, don't believe that is exactly true. At least listen to what we have to say. It's incredibly important. It might change your outlook on things.
And Sir Mir looks at you, Cayenne. Ma'am, if you would kindly remove yourself from me, I will sit patiently and listen.
I apologize, Sir Mir. And I'd very kindly remove my glaive in the most efficient, less painful way I can.
It's a essentially just a quick yank up at a vertical angle, and it just slides out, and you just see like a small arc of blood from it. And Kip was like, and unfortunately, I can't do any sort of healing, so
That's something I can help with. Place my hand upon the wound and cast Cure Wounds.
And Shermir sits down on the floor and crosses his leg and lays his sword in front of him. He's like,
Now, as we found out after we got there, certain members of the Obscura decided Maggie needed to be fixed. So a lot of them laid down an awful lot of magic to try to separate the good and bad portions of Maggie into two different beings.
Father's evil clone fucked with the work that they did.
Kippa comes over to you, Cayenne, and she holds up a cup of tea, and she's steeping her own cup of tea.
I'll
I will put
drink
down a
tea
zone of
along
truth.
with her and just listen.
So yes, I'll put down a zone of truth so that way it helps keep him at ease as well. But yes, the clone of Rorik.
You hear Sunny. She looks over. She's like, "Shut up, Scabbard. This is our family business. Speak."
Thank you.
Oh,
Shh. When something comes along, you must shh.
Now, as we found out, it wasn't exactly a good and evil situation. The Goody Two Shoes version seems to be, or at least seemed to be, completely
Controlled.
under the Mustachioed Menace's control. However, the one that was everybody convinced was evil, the one that stands before you, was locked in a house for approximately 420 some odd years. Tortured every minute of every day. So whoever the hell decided to stab Seagate in the back and then slit his throat was not this individual, it was somebody else. More than likely the Goody Two Shoes version.
Control of my father's clone.
Who is also at the seems to be heavily influenced by a dragonkin, dragonborn, dragon,
specifically,
My father.
somebody,
some sort of dragon-like
asshole
creature.
in a cloak.
Cloak very similar to those that wear the gray with the red stripe. This apparent dragon type had something to do with pestilence.
More than likely sent by somebody that the Obscura pissed off. Which, the more we learn, it doesn't exactly narrow that down. But in the events that led up to us being able to return this Maggie to the material plane, a paladin referred only to as a ray of sunshine. I'm guessing that was sarcasm. Confirmed that there's no actual evil inside of him.
And you see Maggie walk over into the danger zone. Walks over to Sirmir and
Mhm.
looks at him and gently offers a hand. And Sirmir looks at it and is like, just glaring down at him. And Sunny's like, "Oh, for fuck's sakes, just make up, you two." And you see Sir Mir just give this sharp look over at Sunny. And Kippa's like, She's like, "Sir Mir, let him do whatever he's gonna do." And Sir Mir just looks over like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Fine." And Maggie just reaches up and he brings his wand up and he does something. And he's like, "Okay, well, I could try to fix that. It'll take me a couple of months."
Yeah, we've been told that his brain has been completely
Well, he's probably been
fractured.
Sir Mir just looks at Maggie and is like, he leans in and he speaks in some language.
Who's Sir Mir?
Yeah, to
Okay.
Maggie, and Maggie speaks back in that language. And they just seem to be talking back and forth to each other. And Kippa looks over and at the group and she's,
Any recognition of the language at all?
"You've never heard this language ever."
It doesn't sound like any other languages that I've heard.
No.
Oh.
And Maggie looks over it and is like, "Well, that's not okay. So, Sir Mir, he might be a little off on how people died that he saw die. From what I'm gathering that's going on in that lizard brain of his." And Sir Mir just glares down at Maggie and is
probably like
and Maggie just kind of like, "That's for trying to kill me." So from my small examination, it seems like they use modified memory on modified memory on modified memory on a modified memory on him to the point where he can't discern what actually happened.
Kind of what I figured, but I don't even know the spell, so I wouldn't even know how to.
I can't even fathom without a further examination how many times they used it on him to change things around.
you said it would take you time, right?
A few months. If I'm permitted to.
I think the only one who can actually grant that permission is.
Sir Mir himself.
I can think of someone that we know that Mongo is very familiar with who may be able to help with that too.
And you hear Kippa, "We are not dragging Moontree into this."
It's worth a shot.
We're talking about a few things. I mean, look, I'm not trying to volunteer services or anything.
Ask him what he
Never
thinks.
hurts to ask. Speaking of which,
Well,
there
I know,
are
depending
many
on what you
things we have
yes,
to
you
ask.
could wind up leading to hurting, but
Sir Mir's like, "I would honestly enjoy knowing the truth, and it would make me more of a less volatile threat."
From some of the things I've heard that my father's clone has done, the truth will hurt.
Some of the things that we learned about our own families may be difficult to want to remember.
But it'll be the truth, and you'll know how to
Sunny
deal with
walks
it.
over and she's like, "Father's staying here. He can do as he needs to, but I agree that he will be done under supervision, just until things are okay. Until Kippa deems things are safe."
Speaking of which, what's with all of the ships and everything?
Kippa's like, "Oh."
How long have we been gone? Apparently,
Kippa's like,
it's been a while.
she sets down her cup of tea and she's like, she goes and sits down in the chair and she's like, "Okay. So we'll get the elephant out of the room, as some of the elves like to jokingly say, because it's an icebreaker for them. What do you do when you have an elephant in a crystal room?
Ask the Luxodon to kindly leave. Be very careful and have mending at the ready.
Have you ever seen a giant purple elephant? It's quite strange. It was one of the diplomats I interacted with from the Feywild.
Okay, well, there was that one time that Cayenne shared some of the stuff that she had that we thought we saw a purple elephant, but we're not entirely sure they were real.
So, you guys have been gone for 8 months.
No.
All right. I guess it could have been worse.
We understand where you were, so we were able to compensate for such issues that we were having.
Oh, crap.
So,
As in.
well, we're in a full declaration of war.
Again?
Oh, good. Well,
Oh, well, there's a certain black dragon that's laid claim to basically our kingdom that we're
Oh.
Okay, so it's not somebody we pissed off. That's good news.
Somebody we're pissing off. I guess that's all right.
How long was this black dragon there? Or did they just like walk up in like the last like 8
Oh
months?
no, they've been ruling that place for a while, and they've set up camp. And the first 2 scouts that we sent in, well, their heads came back in a box.
Oh,
Wraith?
fuck.
We're not sure if she's alive or dead. We haven't heard from her.
Okay.
Ever? Or for a while?
Ever. Not since she was sent. We haven't heard back.
Like if there's anybody who could survive, it'd be her.
That's why I asked her to go.
This is my stuff to deal with, not yours. I am the warfront. This is what I am dealing with. Luckily, I have, with certain things, invoked very ancient creed within the city of Casil, and we are now mutual allies, although we are going to have to open commerce when we get our land back. 2 things.
Of course.
I see no issues with this at all.
Like what
I'm trying to
kind
think
of
what exactly
things?
they're trying to
Casil
get from
will
this
become
building.
our sister state.
Oh. Hey.
What news of that lost ship by Amberstone? Did we ever find anything about that?
Everybody was discovered dead.
We know what caused it?
We assumed that it was a dragon attack.
Well, that sucks.
Get out a scroll that simply just reads things to research and write down how to kill a dragon with parentheses.
So, those are some of the things that I'm dealing with. Oh, there's one other thing that I need to mention, and since Gavard's here, and you can enjoy his embarrassment. As a sister state of Casil, we have to offer up our firstborn as possible leadership for any of their nobility when the time comes.
Sorry, what?
Kind of makes sense.
Wait. Drawing a blank there. Trying to figure
Kind of
this
like a
out.
regular thing that
Gears grinding.
like kings and queens and city states have to do. Like, why is that so weird?
Like, why'd you say it in as
Hold
in,
on,
like,
offer the firstborn up for what?
They have to be up for marriage for one of theirs.
Oh,
why do you say it as in like the present tense?
Because it's a matter of logistics.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a thing you're gonna have to do.
Cayenne is probably over there 6 shades of red and trying not to say anything.
That's what I'm trying to get. I was like, can I like try and put 2 and 2 together on this?
It's nothing to put together.
Right.
You're reaching. It's a rule.
And so there's that. But here's the thing. That this is the thing that you need to keep in mind. Your job is to go out and handle things. I handle the war until we can actually get a foothold. You have to deal with the other loose strains that the Obscura have so that we can weaken this, so we can actually take back our land.
Well, we've got lots of information to share with you now.
A
I wonder
lot.
if Krakens like to eat dragon.
There is one other thing.
There
as
is a particular species of kraken that can actually launch themselves out of the ocean to capture dragons, and then proceeds to drown them and crush them and then consume them.
I wonder if the one hanging out knows and has a friend like that. What could come in handy?
We also don't know for sure. May possibly have another ally within the Farpoints.
Well, yeah,
Do
you've
owe
made
them.
you've
We
made an
do.
oath.
Oh yeah, that's right. You bend it over for. I mean, bend it in E.
She
You
asked to
what?
bow. I bowed. I made it clear that I owe no fealty to no one. However, we definitely do owe them a couple of things.
Look, we will talk about things in the coming days. I need rest right now.
Sorry to disturb you, but I thought it was the best option without hurting anybody.
Did you ever receive that book from Orella?
I did. Scabbard, come along. You each can go to your own separate homes. If you need be, or go up to the house where we tend to hang out a lot as well. I'm sure you have dealings with your individual parties based on the amount of time you've been gone.
We are back in Casilla.
Nicola, you look concerned.
Well, yeah, I'm worried about Rhea. Need to figure out, like, figure out something. Wish I had
Remember,
given her a
Nikolai, the
stone.
warfront is me. If I hear from her, I'll let you know. You have to find other ways to be effective, which I'm sure you will. You're good at finding that dish.
Look, it's just as Mongo said. Anyone can master anything of that sort. Definitely her.
Oh, and she's even better at you than making explosions.
And Melon comes in. No, that's me.
No, I just
We
said
have
better than
yet to
him,
prove
not
that,
the
Millum.
best.
Melon just
I
kind of
fist her.
glares a little bit
There is something
Yes.
that's been. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
as Osling just sets her down, and Lufa comes in as well. Heard there was a party here.
Hello, Lufa.
Hello.
Hello, Osling, Khalifa.
Hello,
Hello.
Leslie. There is one other thing about this whole situation that's been bothering me a lot.
Just one.
It's kind of a big one.
We'll get to it.
We know that this goes deeper than just the events of Mustache Wood. We just don't know who exactly is behind it, but we know it's definitely something that had to do with the early days of the Obscura. Before they...
You hear
potentially
Kippa go, oh, I thought we were going to talk about this the next couple of days.
we can talk about it at a more appropriate time, but
This is the town where the information broker is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Cayenne's personal friend.
Well, I'm going to go visit him myself. That's what I'm doing tonight before going to bed. What time of day is it?
It's later in the afternoon.
Later afternoon. Okay.
when do we want to meet to discuss this?
Tomorrow morning before lunch.
Okay.
Kippa
So
just grabs, she's like, I'll do you all a favor. She grabs you by the back of your armor and just starts walking towards the door, dragging you.
Alright. Have a good night, everybody.
Sir Mir gets up and he walks behind Kippa, and he walks up behind Scab, picks up Scab, and footballs him.
Put me down, please.
Don't do it. It's trap.
Please.
And he's like, ma'am, I'm okay with it. Bring him along.
I'm not even wearing my disguise right now.
So you're able to break off into your individual parties to take care of things. You're able to talk to Melamon. You're
Yeah. So, how are things going?
Oh, has she broken the ice with a
Yeah,
big-
we're at war.
I've been busy. I love my job.
I'm sure you do.
Cannons, explosions, how to kill a dragon in 150 different ways.
Gotta tell me all about this.
Get a drink and we'll talk about it.
Okay.
You're left with your father and Sonny. And he just goes and sits down in the chair, and you see him just kind of hunch over as he sets his wand down, and he just looks exhausted. Cayenne, you're able to split off with Alufa and Osling.
You guys have no idea how happy I am to see you.
They both come over and hug you.
Every centaur I've
Clusterfuck.
met was right. Hooves belong on the ground.
There's 3 centaurs circling around to give each other a hug. It's just like clusterfuck.
It works. So, Scabbard,
Yes.
you get back home with Kippa, and you see documents and books and stacks of things everywhere, and you see that there's like a map with all sorts of like figures on it, and you can see that Sir Mir goes over and he starts checking some notes and things like that as well.
You've certainly been very busy.
Well, when you're an empress that's at war in your own country that's been taken over,
Yeah.
especially a country that's very hard to infiltrate, and the fact that there's an ancient black dragon from the void that's taken over that apparently has a grudge against you and your bloodline.
May know why. May know exactly why.
There's a lot of questions to be asked, but and she just cuts you up and she drags you upstairs. She pushes open the door to a room and she shoves you into the room. And you see a dragonborn is there, and she stands up and she's like, and she immediately bows to you, and Kip is like, "Don't."
You don't have to do that.
And she's like, "Oh," and Kippa walks in and she walks over, and you see her walk past the Dragonborn. The Dragonborn's blocking your view as the Dragonborn's like, okay.
Nice to meet you. What's your name?
Green.
Green.
And she's bright white.
Okay.
My parentage, they really wanted a green dragon born, and we all turned out various shades of white and gray.
There's nothing wrong with being a little bit different.
My sister, her name is Emerald.
And she's purple.
Go ahead and have a seat. You don't have to
Maybe
stand or nothing. You're
colorblind.
She sits down, and Kippa's like, "Come here."
Go ahead and approach.
And as you walk over, you see what Kippa's tending to, and you see a kobold egg there.
Is that what I think it is?
She's like, yeah.
You stand there very quiet. Moment, but
And then
very clearly, like
the gears just flew off in different directions at this point. You see the spring just bound.
I don't want to touch it. Have a fear that it might break.
You're having drinks with your sister.
Yes. So, well, see the new form of Ace.
And she looks over. I've seen better. And it's like,
Oh.
I'm joking. He's fine. I need to find humor in things. Do you know what it's like to be on a battleship and someone's asking you, "Hey, Mela, what's the recipe for this? And I'm like, I'm nobility. I'm not supposed to be on the front lines. Why am I on the front lines telling you what the recipe for this explosive is? I hire people for this.
And then proceeds to tell them what the formula actually is.
Do you know what it's like to mix very dangerous chemicals while a ship is being bombarded by fire?
No. You've actually
Don't-
been in
don't.
war?
Yes.
You've actually been in battle already. Fuck.
You guys really need to figure out these abstract strains to weaken this force, because right now, we ain't going near that island again.
Well, I have a name that I was going to bring to our information friend. See what information he can find.
Okay, that could help. Because I don't have a formula for. Be crazy. I don't have a formula on how to solve the situation.
Nor do I. Nor do we. Nor do I. Everything is just crazy. We found out that Mongo's dad is alive.
Is that
That-
who that raggedy old munchkin
Yes.
from the backseat was?
That was the man himself, Maggie.
Did you guys dig him up from a grave?
Almost.
Jesus Christ.
Tell her
Did you
some
like
of the
have
story.
to like knock on the door, say his name 3 times?
Almost. I tell her some of the story. Let him know. Let
Yeah.
him know the conditions he was in.
Yeah, you can just recant the story to her.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump to Cayenne real
Yep.
quick. Cayenne, you're able to go to basically their place in the upper crest where they spend a lot of time. And Osling just looks over at you, and Osling, she's not like her usual like super like walked out of a crypt look. She actually looks a lot more put together. It's like it's got like a gothic Victorian look that would make Strahd proud. Victor proud. That's another thing you're gonna have to talk about.
Yeah, your pen pal.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely what's going to be brought up at the meeting.
So, welcome back, Cayenne. As you know, it's been a while.
It's been a long time. I didn't realize that that so much time has passed since we departed.
It's been an experience. I've never had to sit down and talk about war and people's lives before. Aloof was like, yeah. It's a lot to take in. How was your trip?
It was enlightening in so many different ways, and Feisty is now different.
Is she actually with us, or is she off doing her own thing?
Feisty's actually curled up in one of her non-dimensional bags, snoozing. So Feisty's unaware of anything that's going on. She's been asleep this whole time. So Cayenne's been carrying around Feisty this whole time as a kitten. Osling offers you some food to nibble on. So, care to share?
Well, I found out more about our lineage. And it brings on a lot of important choices for me and you, Osling.
Osling's like, oh.
That's why in my message that I said we will definitely need heavy drinks for this conversation.
Well, there's going to be a lot of questions tomorrow.
Yup. I still have a lot of questions.
So, Alufa goes and gets some elven drink that they have and just pours in cups. All right, start talking. Who's gonna die?
No one's gonna die, but I found out that our father, Olvar, is the god of all centaurs.
And you hear Alufa drop the cup, and she's like, and Osling is just sitting there. She holds the cup, and you can hear the wood creak a little bit. She's like, that's all. The god of us.
It gets much more complicated than that as well. Our grandfather, or Death, is the all-father to all giants.
Okay. Alufa looks in through the kitchen space. That all? There's more to this.
Holvar wasn't particularly the nicest of God. In one regard, that there used to be essentially a dwarven race of centaurs that basically are thought to be extinct because Holvar did not answer their prayers and cries for salvation and mercy when the Dwarven Empire began to attack them.
And Alufa takes a drink, and she's like, she raises her glass above her head. Hooray for Dad being about as good as the Dwarven Empire.
From what and by the way, we also have an aunt.
Oh, Alufa comes back. Oh, I wish Coin was here to find this out. She would kill for this story.
Our aunt, who made fun of my height, by the way, because she expected me to be taller because Holvar was basically a giant. She is the goddess of mischief for all of Satyr kind. She basically, she was very nice to speak to. I was trying to contact our grandfather and ended up getting a call from her instead.
Alufa comes in. Seal, you know of her.
I met her when I went to follow her musical call and got teleported into the clouds to meet her.
In the Feywild, she has a dedicated day where, even in the high courts to a degree, that mischief is permitted. That you're to carry out pranks, and those that carry out the most merry and largest prank, they're blessed by her for the rest of the year in good tidings.
I knew I fucking liked her.
I like that.
She's quite a joyous deity that's celebrated by mischief makers in the Feywild. Especially satyrs, but that makes sense because it's their god.
He did shrink me to the size small enough to fit in her hand when she was poking jabs at my height.
Notorious prankster that checks out for Osale.
The biggest thing that is the takeaway from all of this is in regards to our father Holvar.
Osling's like, and that is?
Essentially, one day, when we're ready, one of us is going to have to take Father's place on his godly throne.
Do a perception for me, Kyan. Or an insight.
My insight's a 6.
The drink is really good. Huh. And honestly, just gets really quiet all of a sudden about that.
I'm feeling the exact same way. This was all found out before we came back here.
Like
With
less than 24
Maggie.
hours ago.
And you see Alufa and Osley, they look at each other briefly and exchanging looks.
I don't really have anything to say.
Okay. And Osling's like looks over at Lufa and then to you. Let's have drinks. Let's just drink.
I will have no hesitations with this. I'll join her.
Mongo, what are you doing with your family?
Sorry, coming right as I was eating. Okay, so not the best introduction, but I guess here we are. So what else has been going on?
Sunny's like, well, you heard the big news.
Yeah, big fuck off Black Dragon.
Yeah, we're at war.
Yeah. Yay.
Dad's back. You're back. I'm doing well at school.
Of course.
I guess that's good.
Kind of, you know, if you choose to do well, I can't imagine that you'd do poorly. You're one of the few people I've actually met who can do pretty much anything.
And she looks over at you. Yeah, and you can too. You went out and adventured and found Dad.
Didn't exactly go looking, more stumbled across. No offense, old man.
The old man's like, I'm walking dust. He sits down. And Sunny looks over. So, now that you're alive, are you gonna take over? He's like, well, I'm retired. It's all yours, both of you.
Yeah. Look, I'm sure he's probably got plenty of great counsel, but considering he was tortured for 400 plus years, I don't... Look, I'm not trying to be an asshole, looking at both of them.
He's like, you're a cat. And I know your bloodline, so you're an asshole.
If you're not trying to be an asshole,
And
you're failing.
Sunny looks over and is like,
Look, I know I'm going to be an asshole when I say this, so I'm just not trying to be one. You're probably not in the best mindset to run, well, anything.
he's like,
Give it a little while, I'm sure you
Fair.
could, work your way up to, whatever it is that you want to do, but, for right now,
Had the same energy as you're my kid. I know what I did.
then he's like,
denying Mongo's a
And,
shithead.
you hear Maggie in a very choked up, like, quiet voice just simply say, I'm proud proud of you both.
I didn't hear that.
I don't actually know how to respond to that.
And Sunny stands up and on the thing trying to stand up on her whole height, and it's not really helping. But she's like, all right, drinkies and foodsies, and we celebrate the old man and hopefully not put him in an early grave from alcohol poisoning.
The bet his tolerance has probably gone down a bit.
He's like, want a drink on that, son?
Look, I didn't say yours was higher than mine. I just said it's probably gone down from your heyday.
And she comes back and she's like, ooh, I've been eyeballing this. Candy Dwarven Ale. Let's go.
Candied?
Yeah.
That would be some sweet and strong stuff.
She pops the cork off of it, and you instantly smell like the notes of like green apple and caramel and
Oh, fuck, I am down.
like a deep bourbon type of woody smell to it. And she just pours you a cup and hands it over to you.
Fucking love
And she just opens up, pours Dad one, and he takes this cup the size for Sir Mir.
that.
And so you explain the situation, and
So shall we go talk to the meatball?
look, I think it's best to talk to him tomorrow. Let's not refer to him as that anymore.
I know.
No, I'm serious. There are circumstances that you are not privy to that I cannot speak of until after tomorrow.
Okay. It was just an inside joke. Sorry. People telling me to lighten up.
Good. You're too heavy. You're like lead.
What?
Maybe you're rated a little bit. Kind of toxic to be around. He just hugs you very gently.
So show me some of the things you made.
He starts taking out, she starts reaching in her things, her pockets, and pulls out a few different scrolls. She's like, show me some stuff that you're working on.
Ooh.
And the tinkers are at it.
How do you
Tell her the
translate
story.
gears?
Tell her the story about Tim. Tim is the name of the engineer on the ship, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Tim. Yeah,
Oh,
and
or is that the Warforged fix?
There's
that
Tim.
was Tin.
And-
10 gallon is the Warforged I fixed.
And then Tim is
Is
the autognome on the ship.
Tell her those stories and show her the present that she gave me and what I've been working on the next version of the Rishabajig. And tell her, share with her the story on fixing 10 gallon.
You spend the night serenading her. So you guys are going back and forth on scrolls, just having drinks and cheese. And it's just that wonderful feeling of being back on solid ground in a warm place to go over things. Away from the thoughts of, Mag, or, the darkness that you guys have to deal with. The next day comes and you wake up and I need you to roll a con.
By the way, I also would have been sharing my drink.
Huh?
I would have been sharing my drink with you. Seven.
7. You wake up.
11.
So you sit
11.
up.
11.
You sit up and
Much better.
it feels like the rest of you has to catch up as you sit up.
Oof.
I
That's
hear
never
that
fun.
in your ears. Cayenne, the morning comes to you and you get up in the morning, start going about your morning business, and later in the morning, of course, you have the meeting with Kippa and the others regarding the situation of things. Nobility, welcome back to the big city. And you pass by Osling's room, and you see her, and you see Osling and Alufa curled up together, sharing the same bed, very almost intimately, as you head into the kitchen.
I'll just. The first thought that pops into my head, I was like, that's cute. But she doesn't want to try to push that issue until they're in a more personal setting
Yeah.
to where she can just outright ask, so what has happened since I've been gone?
And as you start to get breakfast and everything, it's probably about like 9 o'clock in the morning for you, late start for you. There's a knock on the door.
I'll go to the door and answer it.
You see on the doorstep is a very nervous-looking Lumion.
I'd run over to him and hug him.
He nearly topples over as he hugs you back, and he's like, I need to speak with you.
You can come in to speak with me.
It's fairly private, and they're actually aware of things. So, okay. And he comes in and closes the door behind you. And he's like, Cayenne, I've made choices since you were gone. And they involve your situation. So, this is a very straightforward thing. I've given up my monstrous appearance to stay in this state permanently. And he fumbles around his pockets. You can see him almost like being like, almost that for the first time you see that visage of him break, and he's actually nervous. And he reaches in and he finds something, and he takes it out, and he takes your hands and he puts it in your hands, and you can feel his hands trembling. And he lowers his hands away and takes a few steps back and tries to regain that noble posture of his.
I'll look at what's in my hands.
And, it's the most informal thing you've ever could imagine for a situation. It's essentially the centaur equivalent of an engagement ring.
Oh.
So Cayenne may potentially be the second of the family.
And Cayenne's life just got way more complicated.
This poor bastard doesn't even know what goes with that.
He probably doesn't care. He gave up appearing as a beholder permanently.
Oh, that's pretty significant.
So he gave up the appearance, but is still a beholder?
He still has all the abilities, but he's no longer physically a beholder.
That's actually pretty cool.
And he did that for Cayenne, essentially.
That's pretty significant.
Cayenne will put the ring on.
And he almost collapses in sheer panic. He's like, the entire time you've been gone, I have been thinking about how much you were going to kill me over this.
I have no reason to kill you at all.
And he gets up and he comes over and he just hugs you, and in the doorway, Osling's leaning against it, and she's like, and you just hear her gently clap.
That would probably make Cayenne jump.
And he steps back, panicked a little bit. He's like, did I do something wrong? And Osling's like, no, I'm just proud of you guys. She's like,
Thank
look,
you, Osling.
you two are a wonderful couple. Oh boy, the Arista family's gonna be looking at you two. Did he tell you what he did for you?
He did.
He's not a anymore. He's more of a, he's a giant thing now.
That was a very, very kind and thoughtful thing that he did. It was not easy.
He looks over at you. He's like, all of my services are at your, well, as much as I can offer you.
Please.
Hello, Mr.
Fine.
Cheese.
Come over to me
Just-
and rub my legs and stuff, but then you go over there to get petted.
Just
As
being
a-
there is all I could truly ask of you.
And he just has like this like weird goofy ass fucking smile on his face of trying to process this himself. Osling's like, that's good. We haven't been hearing enough about it from him of how much you were going to run him through with a glaive. Because how dare he ask this question of the mighty Osling? Or the, oh god, the goblins are affecting me. I need coffee.
You
You
met
know-
them too.
They get us mixed up because we look so similar.
You do one good deed for goblins and then they hail you as a deity.
And she nearly spits out her drink as you say that. She's like,
Closer to reality than anything.
oh god, last night was not a bad dream. Oh. And Lupa eventually comes in and she's just like, oh, Lumion. When are you gonna ask the thing? The thing.
Cayenne would just raise her hand up.
And Alufa pauses for a moment. In that genuine Alufa moment, she has to pause for a moment, process it, walk a bit closer. Oh, congratulations! And she says something in Fae to you. That's a congratulations as well.
I would tell her thank you and give her a hug.
And she hugs back and then heads over to Osling and they exchange good mornings in a fairly intimate way before sharing a drink together.
I'll say happy for you too.
And they both look over and they both just have like 3 shades of red on their face.
Cayenne would just be all grins.
Lumion leans in. While you've been away, you know that bubbly one has actually made the other one smile and look at other colors than death.
Pretty
And you wake up the next morning, and I'm sure you slept right where you were at, because you just wouldn't fall asleep staring at this little miracle.
More than likely, probably like sat down in her chair, just passed out in the chair.
Yeah, you wake up in the chair and you have a baby blanket on you and you realize that the dragonborn that is there is basically looking after the egg.
Smile.
The computer has decided to restart.
And there's a few stacks there of like children's books that you can tell that Kippa has been reading nightly to the Aggie.
Thank her for spending so much time to look after this for my stead.
Still processing. It's like watching when you are loading a floppy disk and it asks you to switch the floppy disk.
I'll look for Kippa and Sir Mir. After, of course, getting ready, some fine clothes.
The dragonborn, she simply bows a little bit and goes back to doing what she was doing. You head downstairs and you hear Sir Mir talking to Kippa, and you come around the corner and you see this person like full plate mail, and you see a shield on the table and a sword on the table. And as you get closer, it looks like an anthropomorphic corgi wearing full plate mail.
Yes.
That's pretty great. Hello.
Oh, hello. I am Sire Beagle.
Pleasure to meet you, sir.
I oversee one of Kippa's many wings of her attrition. And you are you for the new ranks? And Kippa's like, he's the Emperor. Oh, I thought he would be taller.
Okay. It's a pleasure to meet you. That's impressive.
Thank you.
Right. Kippa, Sir Mir. Just want to give you a heads up on this. The things that we will discuss later are going to be probably remarkably upsetting.
And you hear the little knight speaks up, Sir Beagle. He's, oh, dashing! I can't wait to stead my sword and begin the reaming of it and evils behind.
Right.
Who's kind of cool.
I like this one. I like you. You're awesome.
I will moisten my loins with their blood, and I will ride into battle singing the hymn of their doom.
A little bit too much there, but I enjoy the enthusiasm.
Appreciate the enthusiasm.
A booty kicking for goodness.
Where's you finding this guy? I like him.
It's like he joined the cause.
How are you doing this morning?
Who are you asking?
All three of them.
The Beagle speaks up. You have an opportunity to kick booty in the behind and show it's 1-2, so I am excited. And his little tail is just.
I just see him with the fighting stance of like that old school boxing.
Jovial warrior. I love it.
And
This
Sir
poor
Mir's like,
bastard's probably going.
This poor bastard's probably gonna die.
He has no idea of the concept of depression, but he's met us now, so he will soon.
Yeah.
no, he's a little bit gray around the face. You can tell he's seasoned.
Okay. That's good.
Yeah. But God, is he just so full of energy?
You know the type of vibe I'm getting from this? You know exactly who. Come on.
And Sir Mir's leaning over the table, checking a few things. He's like, I'm breathing another day. Kip is like, lots of work to do today, so you won't see a lot of me outside at the meeting. In fact, I have to go. And she grabs a few scrolls and things.
One moment. Do you still have the pieces to that sending stone that broke?
Yes, it's being repaired.
Okay, good. I was just about to say we might be able to get that repaired quickly, but if it's already being repaired, then that's not a problem. But I do know it will be possible to speak with you later on tonight.
It's not hard to find me. We live in the same home.
I know. It's good to see you again. It's been so long.
And she just hugs you very gently, and she's like,
You're saying,
and you just, when you hug her, you can feel how fuzzy she is, like that warmth of
I miss this warmth.
her.
I'll see you at the meeting. Speaking of which, when is it?
About 11 o'clock in the morning.
Go ahead and take a moment to. I guess Sir Mir would have to go with her, huh?
Hmm.
Well, if that is the case,
And the knight follows after her. He grabs his sword and shield. His shield is almost as big as he is.
tower shield. Okay.
And he's got a sword and it's almost as big. And you're like, how does that even work? Like, as tall as he is, as being like an anthropomorphic corgi, he's using a longsword for a normal person.
So in his hands, it's basically a bastard sword.
Yeah.
Gotcha. I will go ahead and look for the family.
Okay. And with that, we're going to jump into our 30-minute break and then pick up with everybody else. We will be back in 30 minutes to get some noms in us. Oh, great. Now I'm stuck on this fucking corgi.
Love it. Love it.
music.
You are good.
Hello, everybody, and we have returned. We have Noms, we have Happy Bellies, and we're going to go ahead and jump right back into the Depression Fest. That is our campaign.
Where's the depression?
Oh, goody.
So, we find ourselves gathered in the upper crest of Casil, in the designated space for the nobility of Scabbard's family and their allies and the others. You eventually all trickle in. As you're there in this space, you can see Pulse is there, you can see a few others there. Fott is there as well.
Ooh, just stop there.
And you see Cayenne come in, and she's walking with Lumion. And you see Ozin come in a little bit later with Lupa as well. And eventually Scabbard kind of comes in and solo because, well, Kippa's already there dealing with business and such. And you see a few other figures you don't recognize, and you recognize them. They're dressed very similar to your comrade that you met earlier, so you're assuming that they're warheads, essentially.
Warlords.
For the various arms, essentially, of this army. It's been developed by Kippa.
I'd probably be sitting exactly like this, actually. There's a lot on
And
noise.
Kippa's like, we're all gathered here. We're the most important figures that need to know this, and those that need to know the council of this. And you see a representative that's for the other noble family as well. Their interpreter, essentially. After this, they would have a meeting with Kippa so that they know what they can discuss with the noble family. And Kippa looks around and she's like, first of all, I'm happy to see all of your faces. It's good to see each of you alive and well. I'm sure you have to speak about your journey. When the morning came for you, you, of course, found your father in a deep, dark corner of the house. Not even with a blanket, sleeping in the morning.
Be a little cold. I'll put a blanket over him.
Okay. And Sunny sits down, and she sits down next to you and gets comfy. And then she hops up, and she's standing on the bench, and she fluffs her pillow. She walks over, and she fluffs your pillow. Trust me, it's more comfy this way. And she flops down on it.
It's quite present.
She is.
And make sure to go say hi to Connie, Bolts, and Pod.
Likewise.
Yeah, they all greet you excitedly. And you see Mellum look across the table over at Pulse, and she's like, you know, Pulse, we need to work together on that plan that you had. And Pulse looks over. Carpet bombing with transmutation potions into sheep.
I love this idea.
And Pulse is like, you know, it's not a bad idea. Or should I say, bad idea. And you see Kippa just facepalm.
I miss Bolts.
And Pulse looks over at you, Cayenne, and she's like, I see that you and Lumion have officially tied the knot. You know, Kippa can just marry you on the spot right now in front of everybody. There
Wait,
are
what?
enough witnesses.
Look at them.
Is that so? Congratulations.
And Lumion just kind of is sitting there, and he sinks down in his seat a little bit, and it looks like he's blushing.
You know, something really funny is I could actually perform a ceremony under Bahamut as well to make it official amongst the gods.
Oh boy.
I'm just gonna hold on to his arm to reassure him.
Congratulations, sister.
And Fott's like,
Thanks.
I can marry them too. Ceremonies.
Indeed.
And Fod starts walking across the table over to you and Lumion, and Lumion's like,
Perhaps not now, Fod.
after meeting, and Fod's just standing there, and he's actually clothed this time. He's got robes on.
Looking quite official now.
It's not official. It's that they probably have enchanted his ropes so he can't remove them.
Oh, jeez.
That's a good thing.
And it was like, okay, we have a lot to discuss. I have a lot of meetings after this to go to. I'm sure you each have your own things to take care of as well within the city.
Before I misspeak as a player, there is no association. The only one that knows that Lumion is the information broker is Cayenne, right?
Mm-hmm.
In our circle. Okay.
Not everybody knows he's the information broker.
Oh, I don't remember that either.
He's actually now underneath Cayenne and Osling as the official broker of information.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I didn't know that. So, I thought that was only known by Cayenne.
I
But,
wonder
okay.
how him and Maggie are going to get along.
Probably become good friends if you can ever pry Maggie away from his dark corner.
There's a lot of therapy that man has to go through. Well, if Nikolai knows that, I know what to say or do. So, moving on. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure.
So, starting with that, you each are aware of those that have returned that we are in a state of war with our homeland. The details of that are simply this. It's been under rule of a black dragon that has a personal vendetta against my family that apparently Seagate murdered their father.
I had a feeling that that's exactly what
Oh.
it was.
Those kids.
And waving the banner of Tiamat in response of that.
Okay.
I had a feeling.
We're not sure of the full extent of the rule or the status of the people, or even if they're allowed to leave, or if they have to live under this tyranny and pay coin to this black dragon. It's not a simple black dragon, from what we understand. It's an abyssal black dragon.
Abyssal Black Dragon.
Well, this just goes from bad to worse now, doesn't it?
Aren't you glad you don't have to deal with it?
Actually, no.
I may be able to provide information in regards to what's going.
Care to share, Scabbers?
What I'm about to tell you may be remarkably upsetting.
And Sir Mir looks over and it's like, she handles upsetting with the best of them.
The events that have been occurring, from what we have discovered so far, go much deeper and far beyond that of this clone of Rourke that's been going about. From what we understand, long before the Obscura was the Obscura, seems my mother and father were remarkably adept at making enemies. Seagate, before he was a paladin of Bahamut,
You may want to warn someone. It might be-
right, this would be difficult.
That's a bit of an understatement.
Let's just say he wasn't exactly the most clean and cut that there was. And the Queen of Worms is now out after the bloodline. Since he
Kippa just crosses her little arms and looks fuzzy as ever. And she's like, let the bitch come my way. I will stand my ground in her force.
Well, as you may know, Sigurd slew a black dragon long ago, which was under the rule of Tiamat, similar to this one. So, that leaves one potential lead because at one point, the Obscura was contacted by a gray-cloaked, red-striped dragonkin of some kind that had some sort of pestilence or affliction that manipulated members of the Obscura.
Scav, there's
Yeah.
a part of that story that you danced around that is important.
Very
There's
well.
no point in not saying it.
Look, my father was, at one point, paladin of Tiamat.
This large, literal, like, dragonkin is sitting there wearing leathers and such and looks over and he spits in your direction. He's like,
He disavowed her and made the oath to Bahamut once he realized the errors of this. As such, she is definitely not happy about it.
That explains a little more of the problems, guys. Why he danced around it.
I didn't want to bring all of it out, but there's no point in hiding it, as Nikolai had stated.
Kippa just looks over. I need facts and I need all of them. I can't strategize with an arm
Yes.
tied behind my back.
We may have another potential lead as well. It seems that Mother was equally as terrible in judgment, in that she abused her specific draconic abilities and pissed a lot of people off, including Tiamat and potentially the Lord of Dread, whom my father stabbed at the stake with a silver stake.
And she
Yeah,
looks
some-
around at the table. She's like, anyone else got any list of people pissed off?
Yes. Well, I don't know about that yet. But the name of the person Mongo's father was able to provide us. I'm going to share with the our information broker to see what information he can find out. We have that name. So I don't know if it helps with anything, but
She has a
Give him the
pen
name.
and quill ready. The name?
get into my notes. Sorry, I thought I had them up, but apparently I didn't. Uliver Salamine. Uliver Salamine. Or at least that's what I got. What you said. You never sent us the actual name of the person. Their boss lady.
She writes this down.
Whatever it actually is. That's what I'm writing. Apparently, this person came to the Obscure in their heyday after obtaining their power and position, asking for assistance, and became quite entwined with my father, and may have been the first seeds of my father's poor judgment, creating his clone, which has gone awry. My father's clone is not the creator of the group that wears these gray cloaks with red stripes. This creature came to him wearing a gray cloak.
The leather dragonkin stands up from his spot. You see him reaching for a blade, and he's like, then we kill you in the place of your father. And Kippa looks over. If that's his father, not him, stow your blade. None of you are responsible for the sins of your parents. Although you can do a lot to fix them, those burdens are not on any of your shoulders.
There's a bit more that we can Pistachio Menace. That's going to make killing him more complicated. Apparently, he's found a way to ascend to Lich.
And you hear Pulse. She's like, Lich.
What's so funny about that?
It's like having a wart in your butthole. You just can't exactly get rid of it.
Yeah. And speaking with those that have helped us figure this information out, we can imagine if our time frames are right, there's no fewer than 4 of his vessels around.
Sir Mir looks around and okay. And there's at least like 15 people in this room. Various people of different classes. You see a wizard sitting there, and it's a dark elf, and he's been rather quiet. Just like he's not even sitting at the table; he's just been standing quietly.
Oh, there is 2 more pieces of information.
Look, this is how we're going to figure this out. It's complicated. This is a lich that we're dealing with. Obviously, there's bad news all around. So, I can assess the 3 other parties. They will take their paths to discover the 3 of these vessels. You will take the 4th path as a group to take that one out. They will all 4 be destroyed at the exact same moment. That way, the lich is completely crippled.
And these will have to be folks that know that they're likely not to return.
The lizard folk, the lizard, the dragonkin standard is like, I've been looking for a good day to die in the name of my deity. I volunteer as one of them.
There's 3 very important pieces of information that we still have yet to share that is important.
The wizard's like, and he puts his hands behind his back. He's like, oh, you know what I want to do? And everyone looks over at him. He's like, I want to take all of my wands, tie them together, and hints them to the 12th level, and see what kind of explosion I give.
I like this guy.
There's something very peculiar about these gray cloaked individuals. They cannot die by normal means. Apparently they're tethered to the cloaks that they wear. It's not enough to simply kill them. They come back, so long as the cloaks remain unharmed.
You basically got to kill him twice.
There's also potential allies of this mustached menace. One is potentially some sort of pirate lord, and the other is a wizard that's on the run. I already knew information about the wizard before. The one about the woman that happens to be...
Is that the one you gave info on?
What?
Is that the one you just gave info on?
The Pirate Lord?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
This woman was apparently the daughter of the original one that worked as some sort of connection somehow to Rorik.
Well,
She may still have connections.
You're missing on other important parts of the story. This Pirate Lord, one you're referring to, is the daughter of the Pirate Lord that
Yes.
assisted the clone of Rorik. She slew her father,
She did.
according to the information that we have.
So
We
Don't know
originally
whose
went
team.
out.
We don't know whose team she's playing.
Yeah, we don't know. We originally went out to find this Pirate Lord for our hosts. That's information that we haven't shared yet. Just got here.
We may
So that
al-
Pirate Lord is not within our realms of exacting justice on. Who knows what the stance, as Mongol says.
We will send someone to
Offer.
investigate. We just simply need a name. Hi, Anne. You've been particularly quiet this entire discussion.
I don't have anything to add about this whole lich situation other than it needs to die.
Osling's like, it is an abomination. Even in the school of necromancy, it's forbidden.
There is one potential positive outcome.
Mungo,
When it comes to the vessels, first, well, before we can take them out, we need to identify them and based off of who they are. We may need to find a way to undo the process.
the Corgi pipes up. Oh, I know. It's quite easy. The vessel is usually the form of a very sickly child. You simply destroy the vessel with either holy magic or fire, and it's a grand old barbecue.
Yeah, I'm kind of hoping for a solution where we can make them not be a vessel and let that individual go about living their lives. Assuming they're not an evil piece of shit, of course.
Osling looks over and she's like, if they're a vessel for a lich, then their souls are already claimed. The vessel is simply there with a piece of the lich to regenerate, tearing the vessel apart and reborning. I
It
said,
would literally just
lich.
be a husk. That is no way for anyone to live.
Well, it has no soul, so it's relatively straightforward.
We do have one
So
potential. bit
we
more
are looking
weakness.
for a child to destroy, not a thing.
Correct.
We may possibly have, don't know for sure, but we may have a potential ally in the Farpoint. A dragon.
Oh, we've been in contact with them. There's a certain contract that has been drawn up. That when this is all done and said, for their assistance, Scavard is to spend a month at said Farpoint in a maiden's outfit, cleaning for and attending to every whim of the dragon.
Very well.
I like this dragon. I knew I fucking liked it.
It's
okay.
honestly a small sacrifice to make to ensure that nothing worse happens.
Oh, I'm so gonna fucking go for a visit.
She looks around her paperwork a little bit and she starts thumbing through some scrolls in a notebook. And she's like, yes. Sir Scavard is to appear for a single month from the start of the minute to the end of the last minute in a maiden's outfit and be referred to Princess Tinkle and will undergo every service of the dragon except for sexual in nature.
Well,
I was like, why?
Dragons have a sense of humor,
indeed they do.
and having an emperor be your personal little princess is quite wonderful.
Okay.
Given the information we acquired in regards to her assistance, I believe it's honestly, as humiliating as it may be, honestly worth the information we gathered.
According to her, she might hire some bards to take some sketches of you.
Oh,
So Milam tells me that you have heard nothing from Rayeth.
Not a peep.
I seem to recall that you'll know that you guys have done something to know at least that she's still alive.
We don't know if she's alive. We've tried to reach out to her. We've tried to scry and many other methods, and they come back with nothing.
As in the results are inconclusive, or
Nothing. It's like trying to scry into the abyss, apparently.
depending on how long the scaly butt's been there.
I do know that she's really good at hiding.
Apparently, the two initial scouts that we sent in walked directly into open arms of death. From what could be recovered from their last memories.
There's a lot of information here to take in. We have leads, we have connections. We do know one other thing about the Dreadlord. I still don't fully understand how or why. It's actively tormenting.
The Corgi speaks up and he's like, oh, good day. I can perform an exorcism.
By torment, he means he's just as bad.
He likes to visit, perform very horrible illusions, leave cryptic messages, and I honestly think more so than anything else, it's out of just complete spite considering what my mother and father did.
The god of dread only reaches out to slowly break down the will of those that they will eventually pull into his realm and eventually consume.
He can certainly try. What?
Apparently, not just your parents had a knack for pissing off gods.
No. Each of us, each of our parents had skeletons that we never knew about.
Mine may have somehow killed one. Don't know which one, or why, or how, or any of that. Still got a fair amount of research for that, but
It was like, she makes a note of this.
Jewel, yeah.
Jewel, quite prolific and very well kept in my documentations of who she was. If you want to speak in private, I can share some of that information. I can share information with each of you regarding your parents as I've done research on the Obscura. It's quite a long trail of bardic tales and tracking down firsthand encounters of them. But I begin to create dossiers of each member of the Obscura as they play a part in this war. No matter how much you want to try and escape it, you are the Obscura now.
Each of our parents made horrible mistakes. It's up to us to fix it.
Exactly.
You know, we don't have.
And that's why I will remain here on the front lines as I need to be as Empress. And you will continue to go out and look for solutions to track down any information you can.
Question. It was brought up before and we've been doing it. Is there any real point value to actually walking around in incognito? Wouldn't it just be better to get it out there?
No.
To have those that are after us just come
Nikolai,
after us?
You're not of experience yet to be able to defend yourselves against some of the worser enemies of the Obscura. You need to research and become stronger in order to be able to fight off such things. At that time, when you all believe in as a group that you are ready, you can drop the disguise and proudly wear your actual titles. Until then, each of you are marked for death by the enemies that we have.
Speaking of which, one of our companions and myself already experienced that.
She gives Scabbard such a look that you can feel the heat from it.
I'm aware.
Scabbard, the point is to become stronger, not die.
I did what I had to make sure that they wouldn't have died. And Feisty, she did what she did to try and protect us. She as well, though she is different.
Feisty's currently up in your headdress, Cayenne. Just kind of like loafed out, hanging there like a cat does on the end of a couch.
That is fucking
I
adorable.
will say that
I
she
have a
is...
feeling that she's probably playing with a few trinkets.
Every once in a while she will.
I will say she is no mere companion. She is family. She is her own being. Is to remain that way.
The Dragonkin looks over at Cayenne. What in the hells is that?
That would
She
be...
is a member of our family.
That would be Feisty.
Right. Thank you for the correction.
Currently, she is in a more manageable form for travel, but she is able to go ahead and change herself on whim. She's no longer bound to anything, and is now free of any binds that was connected to her.
Feisty kind of like gets up a little bit and is starting to try to get loose from your antlers to hop down on the table.
I'll help her get free.
Starts walking across the table, and as you do, you just see like black smoke coming off her, swirling around her as she takes her full size. And Kippa's like, oh hells. And Feisty just comes over and just headbutts Kippa gently and just nuzzles her.
Feisty.
What can we say? Spicy glove now.
And the Dragonkin's like, right. That's a first. And then she flops down in the middle of the table.
Any part of her nearby.
Oh, she's big enough. I mean, it's a large war table, but this big giant cat spread out. I don't mean to be rude, Lady Feisty. But can you maintain your small form while within the city limits? I don't want the guards to be...
I don't think
Mortified.
she could go back to her that small size for at least another 24 hours.
Then you're hanging around here for a while.
There's been a lot of things that were shared. No, we've been gone for a while within the astral plane. We were not aware exactly how long. What other things have happened in our absence?
There's not a lot, Scabbard. There's the matter of, what you've seen. Cayenne is aware of it.
Of course.
There's the matter of, finding out that we're knee-deep in a war and I have to jump through certain loops to keep and maintain our direction. I've had to travel to other continents to try to discuss things with people. It's not exactly a good image when you show up to a continent and you're flanked by 15 warships because you're a high-value target.
We're just supposed to go around getting better.
What do we know of any of the other workshops, houses, and places of interest that the Obscura once had? It seems they've left behind clues and such.
Then
We have
find
a
them.
first-hand opportunity to get some of that information.
That is true. Maggie would know.
Mongo, why isn't Maggie present?
The prison that he was in is one of the worst imaginable.
Is it, if it's even imaginable? I still can't believe it. And I was there.
The larger extent of it, we're still not totally sure because, for obvious reasons, he doesn't like discussing it. The little bit that we do know, he's far from his best right now.
Then we will help him with a recovery. And Coin's like, oh, your dad's. I can't wait to share stories with him.
And due to the time difference on the astral plane, he was locked away for a little over 4 centuries.
Kippa just looks. She's like,
Each and every single one of those days, more worse than the last.
Cayenne, it looks like you were going to say something.
I wasn't really going to say anything other than Maggie's very tired and needs rest after being in that house for so long.
That's understandable. We will give him time to recover and take the necessary steps to make sure that he is able to recover comfortably within the city of Casil.
I can only imagine how strange it must be to him. Essentially
Lumion.
being in a whole new world.
Lumion speaks up. I will assure of his secrecy within the city. Nobody outside of this council and the people that need to know will know of his liveliness.
It is much appreciated.
Hug onto his arm and say thank you.
He just smiles cheesy.
Is there anything we can help with currently in the city that needs attention but can't properly be given attention to due to the current events?
We have hands everywhere. Most of our military is not of this city, so the city can maintain itself as its course needs to be. A lot of our military is actually volunteers of those that have heard rumors of the Obscura being back and have been touched in positive ways.
Is there anything within the continent that would require attention? Any rumors or anything?
Not that we're aware of. Nikolai, you're aware of Cog, correct?
Yes.
She's been offering her services here within the city to keep and maintain the warships.
Cog was the one from Orella, right? Yeah. This is me, the player asked. Verified.
Yeah.
I was actually looking up who the Tinkerer was here, and I can't find it yet. Well, she is by far one of the most prolific tinkerers I've ever met that did actually work with my father in the initial development of what we all know of the airships. So I can't imagine a better ally.
She's doing one.
Is she here with us, or is she still in Orella?
No, she's currently. Oh, that's a terrible taste. Do not want that touch. She's currently here in Casil in the docks working as the warships need service.
I have incredibly important information to share with her.
We've received word late at night from Priscilla that she's more than welcome to assist in the endeavors to transport you where you need to go. It will be a fee, of course, but that's not of an issue.
Sorry, the music's a little loud for me, and I have this in my ear. Is that
Flip sides.
Guess I could do that.
That's good to know.
Can you repeat some of that, please? Real quick?
Priscilla is here within the city to aid her services in transporting you guys.
Oh, okay.
That was
The
actually
mod
really good to know.
is formidable, but currently Priscilla is at arms with Tim and Cog because they apparently it's no Mish things I don't want to be involved in.
I will do what I can to try to patch that one up.
Is there any information you need of me, or do you want to have those individual conversations?
There's one.
Any thoughts on how to locate these vessels? Is the only thing I have no thought.
The corgi speaks up. I know of one, and there's giant that's sitting there. Stone giant's like, reaches over, puts his hand on the corgi's mouth. And this stone giant's not wearing any armor except for these massive gauntlets. Like, these gauntlets, like, big. Bigger than you as a person, Mongo.
Fuck.
And he's got, like, these giant orbs around his neck, and they just glow with various magical energies.
All right.
Stone giant monk.
Yeah, probably.
Oh,
He's like, we know of a single vessel currently that I assume that you will take spearhead on. That is located within the many dunes of the Burning Temperament.
I've heard of that place. It's not a good place at all.
I do not want to go walking around.
It's not as pleasant as that. This area of the Burning Temperament, the reason why we are not pursuing it, and you are, since you are more skilled with it, is within the cross plains. The corgi's like, crosswinds, crosswinds. The crosswinds. It's a section of the Burning Temperament that overlays with the infernal plane of fire. You will have to go into the realm of fire in order to track down this message to destroy it.
Okay.
Can I inquire as to how you know that is a vessel?
We currently have spies posted all across what we can actually be in contact with.
But my question is, we just revealed this information. Have you made the connection already?
Kip is like, we've had 8 months to figure these things out. We've gotten in contact with a few of those people of the plane, and they do state that unnatural things happen in the presence of a being that travels there.
So just connecting the dots. Gotcha.
And that there is a city of pestilence within the burning plain that could be inhabited by this vessel.
So this is just connecting the dots postulation of where it's at. Okay.
That tracks.
With the information we just provided. Okay. I'm just trying to understand like how you know that that's a place to go already.
Nikolai's trying to connect the dots about how disconnected.
I need to learn how to
So-
strengthen my connections to Bahamut.
That is the direction for you to head currently.
Have to figure out how to survive in the realm of fire.
Oh, a lot of deodorant.
You know what that means, Nikolai?
What?
We can't take any of our more volatile tools with us.
What are you talking about?
We would explode.
Or we find a way to modify them to work there.
Suppose we could do that.
Alrighty. Well, at least we have a lead. But you mentioned that we wanted to, it would be best when I totally agree on destroying these vessels all simultaneously, which means we have to find at least 3 more simultaneously.
Well, locate.
There is a methodology to that. If you can actually get to that location and manage to isolate someone that is a keeper of this vessel, we can interrogate them for the information of where the other ones are. A high priest of this vessel would have communion with the high priests of the other vessels to ensure the safety of them and location of them.
So we need to capture someone of importance instead of just destroying everything.
Cayenne, as much as you would like to kill this high priest, it would be better to have them alive.
I will refrain.
They will wait.
However, Cayenne, you have permission to rip out their throat and tongue so they may not cast spells.
Don't
I
necessarily
could
need him
do
to speak
that.
to get information on.
She's the only one who has that permission.
Very well.
Okay, so we need to find the place, capture the vessel, and the caretaker, and then bring him back.
Correct, Nikolai.
And then we destroy the
Congratulations,
two of
you've
them.
connected the dots.
Who is this that's saying this?
Kippa.
Of course, we have our monikers. We've been able to keep our identities fairly well hidden. Who should we call ourselves in travels? So that way anyone knows, or at least people of this council would know. We shouldn't be calling ourselves the Obscura.
You see this,
That to begin with.
it's a hard to miss person, and they're standing on the table, and they speak up, and they have actually like an amplifier so that you can hear them. This tiny little fae wearing full elven armor. It was like, hey, I got a name for you. 2 farts and a shit. How's that sound?
Not it.
Throw in a fourth one then, maybe.
I don't know what it matters, Gav.
It helps
Oh,
that way.
I
people
have
know
another
what
one.
we are.
And Kippa looks over. Oh no, they've started. And the small little fae is like, how about Crusty Seaman Stain? That's a good moniker for you.
How do we stop him?
I don't know if we can.
Just let them get it out of their system. They're a fae. They're going to antagonize you. And the more you respond, the more they're going to keep going.
So we just keep going with our discussions. Very interesting.
Jesse's over there just ear to ear grinning at this.
Okay. So we have use of the maw for transportation. There is a fee involved. And we do know it can go between realms, so planes of existence. So that's not a bad thing.
The face speaks up. Seriously, outside of the name calling, I've thrown out some wonderful suggestions for you at this point. I'm currently tracking down leads within the realm of the Fae to see if there's one of them there. It's a little hard, as you understand. No, you wouldn't understand. Your minds are too simple for the wildlings of the Feywild. Except you have 4 hooves. I'm sure you understand.
I have experience with a few different Fae beings, actually, so I do understand.
But I will report in if we happen to track one down there. Until then, 3 sheets to the wind.
That one's not too bad.
Not bad.
Alrighty. Can't think of anything else.
So,
Yet.
those individual meetings with Kippa.
Yeah, I can't really think of anything else right now that we need to involve.
Yep.
The whole console with.
She dismisses everybody and they all start going about their business.
I wish everybody good luck and stay safe out there.
And yeah, as the meetings broke up, I can't express how thankful I am. And I'm pretty sure I can speak for the rest of my family. We are.
And you see this like almost like dark elf like tiefling stand up that's been rather quiet, just sitting there listening. And they just bow gently and they just head for the exit. The entire time they said not a single word, they just listened.
Ask Skip about that person.
Yeah, same. Are people still present?
Kippa is.
Who was that?
Her. She's a cleric of the moons. She works a lot with Fod and Shade to religious things. She's been working with the goblins as well to establish their proper religions, and as much patience as a moon cleric has, they're goblins.
Making sure they get people's names spelled correctly.
Yeah. Names are different for gods. That's a talk I got to have with two particular gnomes.
Trying to get in the head that you don't summon them by trying to eat a lightning bolt.
She worships the three daughters of the moon, so... Well, there's the goddess of the moon and her daughters, and she's under oath of all of them, depending on which moon is most dominant at the time. She came to us because her god told her to.
Interesting.
That is fascinating. I may have to speak with her myself.
She checks out manga. She's a high priestess of them. Prim and Priscilla have also joined our cause. Prim is staying within Orella to be of aid there. Priscilla is, of course, offering the maw. We're not going to discuss that. That is for my table, not yours.
Is there anything we need to know about, like, using their services that we should know?
You should already know their services to begin with and what is limited and not limited. Though that the fees are paid for, any future fees will be paid for by the council and by the empire.
Is there going to be a lot of economic rebuilding when we're finally done?
Kippa's like, that's for me to digest and stay awake over at night.
Hopefully that
If you
dragon
can share
has one
some
hell
of
of
it, we
a
can
boy.
all help. We're all in this together.
Hopefully it's not cooked.
Kippa's like, I'm empress. I handle what's at my table. You handle what I hand down to you. I have told you of your service and what to do. As a friend, Nikolai, it's okay. Nikolai, we have actually, from the local Tinkers Guild, have resupplied things in accordance to what you need for updates of things. We
Fantastic.
figured that would be a simple request that you would have. Once you came back in, we have We already put that order in and requisitions.
Go to the guild and do what I need to do.
Yep.
Thank you.
Bolt is like, Mongo, I've got all sorts of wonders to show you. So you're able to have those one-on-ones with Kippa for the little
Okay.
while. Cayenne, you're up first.
Okay.
You are all alone with Kippa in this room.
First and foremost, it's very good to see you, Kippa.
It's wonderful to see you. Hug. Come hug me. I need a Cayenne hug.
I would not hesitate and I would give her a hug.
She hugs back, and she's her warm little self.
So things have gone well, aside from the obvious since we've been gone?
Scabbard has been made aware. He slept in the room last night.
I know it's a shock to him.
That's an understatement. He hasn't even had breakfast yet.
Yeah, he should probably eat at some point.
As you're in the hallway,
that
and
little
your
that
tummy is
little lizard
grumbling.
is
Probably
that
didn't
little
notice,
lizard
to
is
be
not the same
honest.
when
Is it-
he's hungry.
Is it audible? Hand him the jug. the
Wait. You hand him
alchemy
the jug.
jug.
Is it a jug of dill pickles and juice?
and
about
an
a jug of
alchemy
mayonnaise?
jug of milk.
What is this?
What,
It's milk. Just drink
so, we have a little bit of time, Cayenne. How can I counsel you?
Well, I thought you would be interested in knowing a little more about my family history and how I helped Feisty.
Of course, I'm always interested. Do you mind if I document it?
I don't mind.
She opens up her, like, big journal book and she finds a new page and she grabs her quill and she's like, I'm ready.
Well, the journey to Hill Feisty was definitely a long one. Basically had to create a forest using a seed and go to baptize Feisty because as a graduation for passing my astral test, I was given a little more information on what I needed to do for Feisty to save her from the binds that she had before. It ended up being a fight after the prayers were given at the sacred circle. And essentially we vanquished an enemy that wore one of the gray cloaks with a red stripe.
That's good to hear. It seems like you all came out in one piece.
We did. We were tested on our loyalty to Feisty. And we all passed it, and then Feisty turned into a four-legged displacer beast corvid griffin of sorts.
Feisty puffs and she's laying on the table and she's got these big, giant, like, Puss in Boot eyes in your direction.
It's a big ass, like the size of like a window.
I see the abyss and it stares back.
And it goes,
But Feisty now is free of her own will to do as she chooses. She just chooses to be here with us because she's family.
Feisty, you're beautiful. Feisty, oh.
Can't kill him.
I have an interesting idea. In celebration of Feisty and her newfound rejuvenation, it's not outside of my power to reach out to the marketplace and see if the citizens and the merchanters of this place and those coming in would like to have a contest of who has the best barbecue. In Feisty's honor, of course, she would be the sole judge of this.
Oh my god.
Do you think she objects to this? And Feisty just sits up
Diane
and
would be grinning and just look over to Feisty.
Feisty sits up, and you can just see the long entrails of drool coming from her mouth.
I believe that's a most definite approval.
Diane, it's wonderful to see you back.
It's wonderful to see you too. A lot has changed. I've been reached out to Selene, the deity of fate. Before Feisty was baptized, I was reached out to by Bramble. I do not like her.
Not many people enjoy the presence of Bramble. I have heard of her and her other sisters.
Yeah, Bramble was talking about Feisty as if Feisty's a trophy to put on a shelf, and that's far from true.
Bramble is the nature's daughter of basically decay. And anything that dies within nature, she lays claim to.
Yeah, the way she said it just did not sit well with me at all. And before Maggie was freed, he told me more about my family,
Oh,
and we're more powerful than I thought.
huh,
You've heard tales of my father, haven't you?
and I've looked into the Obscura quite a bit, but they always seem to skip on certain details regarding your father.
Apparently, my father drunkenly one night admitted his godliness, which, come to find out, is actually very much so true.
I have a question.
Yes.
As I've been learning to become a bard, are you talking about actual godliness or the godliness other?
Actual godliness.
Got it. Wow. So that makes you a divine.
A demigod.
In a sense, yes. My father being the god of all centaurs, and his father being the all-father to all giants.
Is the monk that was here actually worships the All-Father?
Apparently, my grandfather is a very grumpy old man.
That tracks. His
That's what
his patronage tend to match the description of grumpy.
I just hope that he's not hostile like my aunt O'Seal warned about.
Find him a really good mead and make it an offering, and he won't be hostile.
I will take my time learning to make mead myself.
Oh, nice. I just heard a
Since-
skill up in from Final Fantasy.
See if I can learn some brewing methods from some of the druids and maybe get in contact with some of the dwarfs here in town to see if any of them might be able to help.
There is one direction I can point you. Seek out the deity of Dami Aru. Him and his patrons well, Damiaru, he reaches out to bards and those that are of need in travel and such. But he loves brewers, and his homes are taverns.
Like this guy.
He's an orcish deity, often rather clad and very relaxed. He often, within the realm of the Five Kings, not realm, continent of the Five Kings, he has his grand temple there, and he's often seen there among his patrons, as he believes in being among them to understand them, and so to show who he is and his ideals.
Sounds like a very kind deity.
He is until you upset him, and then it comes to, well, from what they said, that a king forbid any sort of alcohol within his kingdom, found out what it was like to have a storm for 40 days that never let up.
That's not pleasant. Especially for farmers.
No, it's not. It sounds like you have grown a lot, and it appears that you have grown in other ways since you've been back.
Yeah, Lomion.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It was completely unexpected. I didn't expect that the first time being back.
We kind of counseled him to do it as soon as he could. I didn't think he would do it first thing in the morning.
He was very nervous.
Which is rare. He's usually very composed.
And apparently, he gave up his more monstrous beholder form to stay in his current form.
He did.
That is a huge sacrifice.
Of their kind, they consider their beholder form their most beautiful form. And for you to impact him so much and realize that it was a monstrous form, and for him to sacrifice that, is one of the most unheard of things that I have documented.
I just hope that him giving up his true form doesn't impact him negatively.
I think it will make him stronger in the end.
You should have seen him when I took him to the Druid Circle.
Oh, I've heard about it already from him.
He was like a kid in a candy store. Or like a wizard in a citadel-sized library of nothing but spell books and scrolls.
Don't say that too loudly in front of Mongo. We might have to make him start wearing pants.
Didn't make the table tilt that much.
Dude, Noodle's about to fall off because of the tilting table. I'm happy for you, Cayenne.
That balances off the table. You got
Thank you.
Manning
I'm
over there
happy
leaning
for
too
you
hard on
too.
the table on one side,
Congratulations to you as well.
and
I hope it
Not
had
really.
you.
It's more likely to make it flip. 'cause
And
he's
we're
the
not
way
under
it
some
goes.
sort of curse of the husband's baggage.
He just got sick of our shit.
I believe that everything will go fine.
She gives you another hug. Go, run along, be with Lumion for the day. I'm sure you guys have lots to figure out. And we
Yes.
have people within the council that are lining up to make it permanent.
Question I do have before I go. How are things with the Goblin Row since my absence?
She closes her book and she reaches over and pulls over another one and opens it up, looking for some notes. Right. Goblin Row has been fairly prosperous. Goblins are getting proper education, although they need to stop eating their writing utensils.
Oh, they're Marines.
Things are stable there, and they're starting to actually understand jobs, although they're not the most best well kept yet, but we're making small strides that are long strides for them. And they're starting to get actual moral values.
Well, that's very good to hear.
Although they're happily worshiping you and your sister as God.
Ironically appropriate.
Yes, that started because I made sure that the Goblin Row was properly fed and had proper water.
She like reaches over and she puts a hand on yours. Cayenne, whenever anything happens good in the Goblin Roll, they simply praise you. Oh, Ogbear. Oh, Cayenne. Oh, Grumpy Cayenne. Oh, Mishi, look over us.
Which one's which?
Honestly, they're goblins. I can't tell.
I'm gonna give Kippa another hug before I depart out.
She hugs you back and lets you depart. And whoever you want to send in next, you can send in next.
Who's paying the most attention when I go out?
I think they all are. They're looking like three boys waiting to go into detention.
I'm probably checking my notes, so I probably wouldn't necessarily be paying that much attention.
It's between Mongo and Scabbard.
I'd basically be like, who wants to go next?
Yeah, you hear this from Cayenne.
Close my book and I'll go. Like, what are we going to see the boss about something? Like, why is this such a weird deal?
I don't mind going less. There's
There's systems in place, Nikolai, to be more formal.
Whatever.
The most informal of the group, you would think it would be Mongo.
Most formal.
You're the most formally informal. So you're able to head in, Nikolai.
Okay.
She's waiting for you.
I'll just mess with my, I'll just-
May I approach, Your Highness?
It's over. Yes, you may, peasant. Oh, that just sounded gross. Oh no. She grabs her water and just rinses her mouth out and drinks it. And she
This is
gives you a
weird.
hug.
Hi.
How are you, Nikolai?
Good. How are you?
Oh my god. Oh my god. Chat. I awaken this day, and the Cayenne has blessed me with another day of life. A bug! The grumpy Cayenne has gifted me a snack this day. Sorry, I had to read it in Goblin.
That
Uh,
So,
so,
question.
of course,
What do you know about the beef between him?
there's not really a beef. Right? It's more so who has better plans for upgrade as gnomes go.
Okay, so it's a friendly.
Nikolai, you know gnomes.
Yes.
When it gets down to brass tacks and they start arguing about who has better plans, someone needs to step in and pick a side, and you're going to piss off the other side because you didn't pick them.
Okay. I guess since I'll be spending more time with him, my pickers.
I'm not gonna try and get them to work together.
Oh, you will.
Shit, this is like picking the worst option in Cyberpunk.
Like, hey, see that? You want to try and help them? No, fuck them. Let them die.
Oh, you're going on a life-threatening mission? Adios, motherfucker.
Pretty much, man.
I don't know how it escalated that far. Jeez.
Look, you're falling. Do a flip.
How's the ground taste?
Belly flop, motherfucker.
Wow.
Superhero landing. Superhero landing.
You just
want to
hear
do it? Do it.
crunch as they collapse like a soda can into the ground.
You know, if I was falling and I knew I was going to die, I'd say, fuck it. Probably would.
You know, oh my god, I'm so corrupted. I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say. So Gippa's like,
So, you said you had more information for us?
regarding your family, yes.
Start there.
I've had to parse through poems, stories, books, first-hand encounters, second-hand encounters, rumors. You get the gist of how much information I'm going through for
Sure.
each family member. Your father was prolific and of an inventor and worked proudly with the gnomes and others with his inventions.
Yeah, he's one of the few non-gnomes that have been invited to the gnome city.
Do you know about the other part of the history?
Maybe.
The part that you're trying to fix? Why gnomes, to a degree, keep you at arm's length?
No.
Something happened, and I don't know these details. You seem to know those details, I don't. That he stopped working with the gnomes altogether.
Yeah.
But from there on, a high noble within the gnomish city, he told them that he would build a contraption that would destroy their city in the sky.
That was more than likely not my father. That was more than likely his copy.
It was such a turn and betrayal to the gnomes that they essentially struck your family name from the city.
It's something I have to figure out how to repair, I guess.
Nikolai, in my position to you, you will find your own way to make your own name. Don't lean on your father. You're not him, you will never be him. You are Nikolai.
I know this,
Good.
but my father was not the man that has been represented by his copy. And that needs to be fixed.
Make it. There's a two-part to this. You have to make your name, Nikolai, within among the gnomes and show them who you are. And as you do that, on the other hand, you can help repair your father's name. It's going to be very difficult to balance both of those, but you will need to. And she reaches over and she musses up your goggles on your head. And if anybody can do it, I think it's you. You can take difficult problems, much like Mellum, and make them much more complicated where I can't understand them, but somehow solve the problem.
Problem by overcomplicating the shit out of it.
Well, it does seem that the gnomes that I have encountered have been accepting of me. Oftentimes they're a little standoffish, but in time, like as with him, they warm up and help me achieve.
Well, that's because you're brilliant. Sometimes you're brilliantly stupid, but you're brilliant nonetheless.
Brilliantly stupid. What are you talking about?
Sometimes I want to loan you my husband's helmet for a few hours.
What does it do?
Keeps you from getting stupider. Everybody's dying of laughter. Look, you're brilliant. You're going to figure it out. Not an issue.
Yeah. So, I do think I probably need to speak with the religious kind of sorts for what I'm going to talk to you about next. But, as you are very well studied and wise beyond any sense of right,
Do you know how many books and scrolls I've read?
probably more than I can imagine.
I ran out of things in this library within the city to read.
Fuck.
In 8 months?
Yes,
So you've read everything in the library,
yes.
not just the things that interest you.
I had to move on to other things eventually.
How do you read that fast?
I don't know. I've had people bring books from their own countries for me to read, and I've been reading those.
That's impressive. I wish I had your ability to.
Tom was like,
I wish I had your ability to absorb knowledge.
Hurts.
But what are your thoughts on bringing a truth to a group of people that vehemently believe and know something else?
such as. Just speak plainly.
Okay. I have had direct contact with two of the gods that gnomes worship.
Okay, I have to ask you a very important question here, Nikolai.
Mm-hmm.
And I need you to be honest with me
Okay.
before we continue this conversation.
Okay.
At any point in contact with these deities,
No, I didn't hit my head.
no, that's not what I'm getting at. Did Cayenne put you in a container and just put a lot of her herb in there?
No.
Lit? Mushrooms?
No.
Okay.
They happened on a whim.
Okay.
Randomly. At perfectly opportune times.
From what I understand about the Obscura, they had a lot of intertwinings with deities.
Mm-hmm. Anyhow, their primary god, they know him as a different name. What are your thoughts on sharing that information? No, you're not a person of religion and faith. Just asking your opinion.
She takes a piece of parchment, like your size, and she writes something on it. She slides it over. She hands it over to you.
Okay.
That is the name of an actual Gnomish cleric.
Okay.
Speak to them, have prayers with them, and see where it takes you.
Okay.
I have spoken with this Gnomish cleric.
Mhm.
They've got a few cogs loose.
Are
But
they another one of the autonomes? Or are you using that figuratively or literally? Or kind of both?
they're the meaty kind.
Okay.
And see what they say.
They are here?
Yes.
At the temple, I presume. All right. Well, thank you for that information. Why did you speak with him, if I may ask?
Huh?
Why did you speak with him, if I may ask?
The gnome?
Yeah.
They work with Thought. And I had to see how they were getting along since you've dealt with Thought. You know how odd it can be.
Okay. Who has more screws loose? This gnome or Fop?
Together they could probably, I'm not even going to get into it.
Just trying to get a baseline on how to deal with them. Who's easier to deal with in your opinion?
Look, there are a few chapters loose of a book.
They're about as crazy as one another. Okay.
I don't have an index here, Nikolai.
Well, thank you for this. Have you heard of any other stories of other moonlights other than my parents and myself and Wraith?
I have, and there is one currently working on a ship named Perry.
Named Perry?
Yes, he's a paladin.
Paladin Moonmouse.
Yes.
And how recent is this information?
He's currently active.
He's currently active?
Yes.
And this is a merchant ship, what?
It's one of our warships, Nikolai.
One of our warships. Okay, the warship Perry has this Moonmouse on it. That's a paladin.
He's easy to find. He's usually on the back of his mount,
Okay.
Greg.
Okay.
Just a warning, it's a dire wolf
Okay. The ship is named Perry, or the character's named Perry?
character.
Character, okay.
He's an interesting one, to say the least. He doesn't wield a weapon. It's his mount that wields the weapon, and it's a great sword.
And it's a dire wolf, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Who is Perry devout to, or what is Perry devout to? You know?
Perry is devout to himself.
Okay.
Motivational speaker.
Like Oath of the Crown, except you follow your own morals.
Yeah, it would be kind of like Oath of the Crown, except to yourself.
According
Moonmouth
to
paladin,
Perry,
somebody's recognizing a symbol.
his dire wolf lost all of his teeth when learning how to wield this sword. So he got the concept from a bear trap to replace all of his teeth instead of using greater restoration. So this dire wolf has a maw that's very much like a great shark.
So Perry does also tinker in machinations.
He's more of tinkering.
After
Don't bring that up.
After making his teeth.
He's a paladin.
Don't bring up tinkering.
Tom's over there just trying to put the pieces together.
Okay. Thank you for that. Would it be inappropriate to seek him out?
No. Just tell him that you've come on good faith of the crown, and he'll warm up to you.
Should I
Otherwise, he would
maintain-
challenge you to a duel to prove how good he is.
Should I maintain anonymity?
If he's underneath us, Nikolai, you don't have to.
It's a little bit of a gray line on like how and when we're supposed to do this.
But those that are under my leadership know who you are.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, so, of all your copious amounts of studies, you have not heard of any other moon mice around?
It's like leaves in the wind, Nikolai.
Is that necessary?
Just kind of gets you right here, doesn't it? Like a harpoon to the chest.
Or
More like a
steel
scorpion.
girder.
Yeah.
Is that all that you need, Nikolai?
I mean, unless you have more information or need something from me.
She reaches under the desk and or the table when she finds something, and she hands it over to you, and it's packaged.
Thank you. You need to get to the bank to find out if they figured out what everything is and how much it would cost. I haven't heard back. Because there's that giant block of adamantium that platinum, or I forget what it was, that I couldn't move. That could be very useful. Okay.
Wow, salt from the crowd.
What?
From the experiences we've had so far, wonder how bad this is going to go for Nikolai.
Probably very bad.
So you head out.
Yeah, I've got so many things to chase right now.
Mongo, you're free to go in and talk to Kipper.
Yeah, as soon as he comes out, he's just going to see Mongo basically just sort of hitting with his puzzle box, trying to unlock another one. But then he'll go in.
All right. Kippa looks over at you, and she comes over, she just hugs you, and she's like, I'm happy for you.
I'm still trying to figure it all out.
As wizards do. She sits down. I'm all yours for right now. What do you need? What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, Spiefing basically said the same thing, and all I got out of him was got to see him throw a ball of yarn that apparently is my life, and said, "Nah, you're fine."
Wait, who?
Oh, sorry. Last thing we did was visit a temple in the Astral Sea.
Okay, were there... Nikolai said he had a religious experience as well. Were you guys happenically exposed to Cayenne's stash?
No, we were just in Spiefing's temple. Oh, sorry. Sky Cat, as he's more preferred.
The VP, it's Sky Cat, the cat god of the clouds. Yeah, I'm aware of who he is. Like, very clean cat. Okay.
Yeah, we cleaned his temple.
Okay, well, that's another one for the list of things that you guys have done with gods. Anything else?
Oh, Noodle probably is also, perhaps, loved Claire.
Noodle comes walking out and it's just like, and she just picks him up and hugs him, and he just.
Yeah, it's been fun.
So I've heard of the many things. Look, you have your father back. Granted, it's not the best of circumstances or the state of things.
Yeah, still trying to figure out exactly what the hell magical abominate, whatever the fuck everybody's calling it, the big bad spell that kind of fucked with everything. Somehow another copy was made. And apparently that one decided to kill Seagate. But I'm not sure if in the process of making the copy, if something was like permanently removed from the torture victim.
It seems like after everything went south with the Obscure, things went from bad to way worse very quickly.
From what I've been able to, my best guess is that the first one to figure out that either Rorik or the copy of Rorik was up to no good was Maggie. And given his penchant being the information gatherer, that, well, shit, might make the information broker a bit jealous. He was the first one targeted.
Huh.
Basically ran a smear campaign against him, convinced everybody that he's turning evil and is just a total asshole. And then also managed to convince him that trying to split the good and bad sides of him was the right idea. And in doing so, I don't know what was permanently removed.
From the little bit that I met of your father, you can trust me if you want to, or you can't. He seemed genuine and not strange. Outside of... He's basically a bunch of fish heads in a bucket.
Yeah. But even after all that trauma gets worked through, I just don't know the lasting effects of spell.
May I speak freely?
Always.
I think he just wants to be there now for you guys. He couldn't before, but now he can.
Yeah, the only part that actually kind of bothers me is I asked, well, kind of a lot of questions actually, but, you know, that's no different. He, apparently when I was unbound, he had no memory of it, which suggests that the goody two-shoes prick and my mother did after the event. And that's what concerns me.
The term of being unbound is still a newer term within the Wizards. I looked into it because your sister asked me to. It's very uncommon, as you know. Prestigious bloodlines tend to have that option. Again, rare. Old things. It is possible that your father basically put this out there into the universe of you being unbound and simply wiped it to protect you. In my opinion, that would make logical sense. If he had any inkling of things going wrong and he wanted to protect his children, he would do the best for them and then wipe it from existence so that it can't be undone.
Yeah, then there's still the question of,
If you have an idea if things are going to go bad, you make plans. I have to make uncomfortable plans in case if things go wrong with all of you. I have to look at leading an entire empire if Scabbard dies.
yeah,
Perhaps he's just looking out for the best of you, and he doesn't remember that he did it.
well, he did hide his wand inside of the fucking pocket dimension buried somewhere in his chest.
You see her visibly turn a different color, like, What?
Oh, kind of like a bag of holding, but different.
In his chest.
Actually, in his chest, and apparently, Cayenne's mother helped him get it there, and then also locked it with her blood. So
nope,
Cayenne had
nope.
to.
I am not Nope, I'm not documenting this. Nope.
Fair enough.
This will not be documented. I do.
Um,
Nope. I've already passed out from seeing enough blood and gore of my own, and threw up.
Oh yeah, no, there's. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get used to being covered in yuck and gross.
Good, you're growing.
No, that's not good. Unfortunately, one of the revelations that Maggie dropped was Jewel killing a god.
Yeah, there's no recollection out of that in any of my studies regarding the Obscura. And I have looked through many, many books and many documents.
So then, ever since he said that, there was something that I've been deeply concerned with.
And that is...
Who exactly that god is.
Who?
You said that you documented just about everything that you possibly could.
Yes.
Do you know how Hobart died?
It wasn't by Joel.
Oh fuck, I don't know. Forgive me if that were the case.
Look, there are rumors how Hobart died, and none of them are by being blinked out of existence. Gods come and go. Gods come and give up their mantle to other people that they deem worthy. Whoever this deity that your mother blinked out of existence, there's no record of them.
Oh good, that'll make things so much easier.
There's no record of any of it.
I'll just have to ask you the man again, see if you got it wrong.
And, Scav, as you're sitting there waiting, you see two people just walk into the room and close the door behind them, and you see two people coming towards the table.
I recognize.
You didn't recognize either of them.
Yeah, as soon as I see somebody else walking in who I don't know, I stop talking.
And Kippa looks over. Oh. No. Not today. And, the two people, they just kind of bow and they're like, they head back out. And you see him walk back out. Past you.
Up you.
My tutors.
Go.
I have two of them. One is a Bard of Eloquence, the other one is the Bard of Lore. I'm learning both paths.
Go.
Oh,
Um,
the NPCs can be multi-subclass.
Maggie, I believe, also went eloquence as well.
They said it would help me in my duties.
Considering some of the other stories that he's told me, yeah, probably.
Oh,
I really
no.
wish he didn't.
I'm very well aware of things that some bards do. I will not be doing any of those. I am a lady of the highest order. I will not bend any knee to anyone.
Yeah, no. We also found the astral representation of an area that apparently many of the parents frequented, and then started describing some of the encounters.
No details, please.
Yeah,
I may
trust
be-
me, I didn't want to know them, and I'm telling you, you don't want to know them either.
You know, I love information. I love lore. That's one reason why I've gone two different paths. But no. I've already looked through enough documentation about some of the poems that your father has written. I found some of the books that he's written regarding romantic novels.
Yeah, that's enough of that. The white fur is starting to turn green.
Is there anything else?
I'm sure you've probably already found this out, but the Rorik that's causing all the trouble, his single motivation seems to be how to deliver the biggest fuck you possible to the Obscura at any and every moment that he possibly can. And there's something that I'm deeply concerned about.
What's that?
Who the vessels are.
Oh, shit.
I think you will be able to handle it when you get to that point.
That's why I was asking about undoing the process. We also found out that, according to Maggie, we aren't the firstborns.
She froze her brow. All documentation that I've discovered states that you are.
From what now, as we've been able to find out, memories can get altered.
Oh, they
So,
can.
yeah.
I have certain protections on me at all times to prevent
Good.
such things.
So the story that Maggie told us under one of Scout's Sonic's truth, so he believes that he is telling what he knows to be the truth. Either his memory was altered, or paperwork and everything else was altered. Because he told us that the firstborns of the Obscura were all sacrificed by Rorik to someone.
Oh. I've talked a lot with Osling regarding the whole evil situation. And a few others that I've had call in favors to. That's my table, not yours. And it's deeply concerning. But you will be able to do as you need to when it comes. There's no salvation. They are simply vessels at this point. Their souls, who they were, what they would have been, have been consumed at this point.
So it'd be pretty easy to actually find out if one of them was walking around here.
Yeah.
And none of them are, correct? Another big concern off the chest. Yay!
Tom feels like he is not having a heart attack now. Meanwhile, you're over there having all sorts of heart failure still.
I don't think he's ever left his seat at that table. Probably just still sitting there, like, thinking.
No, you're out in the hallway.
Mm.
You're sitting on the bench where the other siblings are. Now you're alone with Sir Mir standing at the door. Because these are private conversations. I'm sure Scafford's gonna tell you some news in a while.
Him crossing the street without falling down qualifies as news.
He seems to be doing better.
Yeah, we've given him shoes without laces.
The fuck?
Like, he was a very valid response.
Is there anything else you need?
No, there's a bunch of shit I have to look up.
Oh, what is it that you need?
I need to find out what the fuck I'm supposed to do with this.
What?
Apparently, it's my wand core.
Do you take it out? She looks at it. She's like, oh.
Yeah, I caught it after we, yeah, the astral. One of the reasons why we went to the astral tree is so that way Cayenne could make a forest and then baptize Feisty.
I'm aware of those details.
Yeah, afterwards, when all of the water formed into Feisty, this was left over.
Well, according to my limited studies into wizard stuff, it's hard for me to get my hands on wizard books. They're very grabby on those, especially the ones in the schools. I've threatened them a few times. That doesn't help too much.
Like, fuck you.
Yeah,
Emperor
no,
bitch,
some of
we
the-
don't care.
Yeah, the books can be
I've even
temperamental, especially the
offered-
time ones. Those ones are hard to get a hold of.
Look, I've even offered to go into the school and sit down and just read them. I'm currently waiting to hear back. But from what I understand, you have the wand core. You have to go to a school and your wand will be constructed. Perhaps ask your father about it. It's pretty.
Yeah, still have no idea what the hell it is. I haven't actually had a chance to look into it.
God, everybody has things pending to be identified at this point.
Dude, the list of stuff Mongo has to do just keeps getting fucking bigger. I'm at that point where I need to sit down and fucking write them all out because I'm getting too much to goddamn
I
remember.
think you were talking about making an Excel sheet at one point.
For like 9 different fucking things.
Yeah.
And this is how big of a nerd I am, kids. Once I realized, hey, I need to make an Excel sheet for this and for that, my day got better.
So is there anything else you need from Kip, or are you gonna head out?
No, that should cover it.
Okay. She gives you a hug before you head out.
Oh,
Ah,
almost forgot. Don't know if you need to write this down or not. The original owner of the Silken Paw. Unfortunately passed away, but apparently years before she did, she passed this to foster mother, who then gave it to me on our way out the door. And apparently locked inside is the origin of the Munchkin's backsies.
Huh. Solve it, figure it out. You'll figure it out. You're that, you'll wizard it open. Please, please, Mongo, don't be like your father and stick your wand in it. And with that, you can leave Kippa alone.
Well, his wand is that of a skeleton key, but I afraid of sleeping. You don't mean that as a euphemism. I'm gonna go try not to throw up.
Mongo walks out looking like he's face palming, trying not to throw up.
That's a later problem.
Tag.
Here,
Oh man.
I'm headed off to seek out that.
Yeah, I'm
free
sure
toilet.
Cayenne is headed off with Lumion and Olufa and Osling.
Yep.
Lumion gets back just right to the step how he is, just getting over the awkwardness, spending time with you.
Just holding on to him.
He's brimming with happiness.
Trying to think of what we can do for the day.
Visit the Druid Circle.
That's very true. Haven't been there in months.
8 months. So, Scab, you're able to go in and be with Kippa.
No.
She's like, she comes over and she just notices you with very friendly, and she's like,
First off, apologize if I brought any worry for you.
oh, no, you see, I have this giant war table that a cat is currently sleeping on. griffin thing
Place of Griffin.
to hold all my issues.
In regards to what was said at the table, all of it was indeed true.
I don't doubt you to lie to me,
No.
and if you do, I'm going to start taking toes. Well, I won't directly take toes. I'll have Sir Mir do it.
Did I mention how much I like Kippa?
Father killed millions. My mother is possibly the reason for the near extinction of all of her kind. In the end, I still forgive them.
It's what your god would want you to do.
It's what I believe is right. Regardless of anyone's thoughts. What they did was... It's what they thought were, unfortunately, right at the time, and it was not. But they've fixed those ways. Now I have to clean up the mistakes.
Yeah, she takes out a small package and unwraps it, and she's just eating a croissant filled with like some meat and cheese, and she offers you half of it.
Take it. My stupidity nearly cost Feisty her life. And I nearly gave mine to protect the family.
And now you have something important to come back to. Other than me, but
I have a question for you.
and she raises an eyebrow mid-bite.
When I was traveling with the rest of the family, I learned something very interesting in regards to rare and exotic dragons.
Like your mom.
Yes. Kippa, how often do you read?
She nearly spits out the bite of sandwich that she has. She quickly cleans herself up. In the 8 months you want honesty,
Yes.
the 8 months you've been gone, I've ran out of books in this library to read. I've started to read books that other people are bringing me from their own continents, that we have allegiance to.
Kippa, what if I told you that you might not exactly be a fuzzy kobold?
I would very unladylike say you're full of shit.
What if I told you that my sources come directly from Maggie as well as other individuals?
He's not exactly sane.
Yes.
And I think my parents would have been, oh, by the way, dear, you're some ungodly dragon.
There is, I don't know how much of it is in fact true, but there is a chance, a possibility that you, your mother, your father, and even your brother may be a type of rare and exotic dragon.
That's a touchy subject. My brothers disavowed the entire family and left us.
It's not good.
I have assets watching him, but he got on a ship, left our family behind with simply what he had, and has been traveling as far away from our reach as he can get.
I hope he doesn't do anything rash. I hope
He's
it's not my
referred to
fault.
me as a betrayer of our family name.
It's my fault, isn't it?
She just kind of takes another bite of the sandwich.
Well, I don't know if anyone else has told you yet. More than likely they may have. You're not the firstborn either.
Yep, I'm aware of that. Apparently now I'm some sort of exotic dragon and finding out more details about how screwy the entire family is.
Yeah, mother and father and the rest of the Obscura punctured into the Dreadlord's realm.
Oh,
And
she looks through a few things and she just opens up another book of her writing. She has very beautiful, elegant, noble writing. She's like, to quote Maggie, to pierce a god's flower is one of the gentlest things that you can do among the pillars of the sky.
they staked his testicles with a silver stake within his own
I'm not
palace.
talking about Victor. I'm talking about Maggie writing a poem book about frolicking with deities that I had to read for research.
Oh no, I'm so
Oh,
sorry.
good. My dad writes trashy romance novels.
Oh my god, he's literally
Fabio.
Jiraiya, the pervy sage. Wow.
I am uncomfortable and feel like I need to take a shower with like a fucking path to her steel wool.
It's good to finally be home, even if it is for a short while.
You slept last night in the private chambers. Are you okay?
I'm still coming to terms with the fact that we made a family.
That kid is going to be really, uncouth to me. I'm going to speak like one for a moment. That child is going to be really fucked up.
Tell me about it. Look at us.
Look, I'm apparently this mystical dragon that now you sent me down a path to research.
Please,
He now has something else to look at.
It's actually really important about what I learned about this specific
Might have to
type.
go reread some of the books that you like.
Yeah.
So, the type of dragon that you may possibly be is. And the reason why I asked the question is because these dragons are known for being remarkably intelligent, but also hoarding knowledge to the point that they sometimes go mad.
Yeah, I've memorized all the books in the library.
I know.
I've been gifted with the chance to be two bardic paths.
What I'm concerned with is whether or not the negatives of whatever this may be are true. So I don't want to be hurt.
Scabbard, any knowledge that I accumulate, I share with others at no cost. I give them my counsel from what I know of these books. It may sound slightly egotistical in the light of what you're telling me, but I use the knowledge that I have to better rule our empire that I'm rebuilding.
Speaking of which, I may know a little bit of information in regards to that black dragon. If they are who we believe them to be, direct descendants of the original dragon that Seagate had slain, we may be able to find some more.
Oh my god, sorry. And all the gods in their favor will bless the offspring with Kippa's brains and Scab's durability.
Come on, man. If there's one thing Scab's got in spades, he's gonna die hard his way through any fucking situation.
Come on out, have a few laughs, have a few beers.
Get punctured by a few branches.
You may be able to learn a little bit more, possibly even potential weaknesses or even chinks in the armor just by doing a little bit of research on their
Oh.
ancestor.
I could do research. And once we kill this son of a bitch, when we will, I am going to have him flayed, have his skin turned into a cloak, and I will put the emblem of Bahamut on it in spite of that five-headed bitch.
There's one more thing, and I want you to have.
Hey, according to Maggie.
I want you to have this, and it's remarkably important, but I believe that you will know what to do with it. I don't think it's a good idea for me to hold on to this. I'm gonna pull out the Pearl of the Deep.
She looks at this in her little claws and she's like,
This,
"Do you eat it?"
no, no, please no. This comes directly from the domain of my mother, domain of water. That
That's
is
your sister.
no, that, from what I understand, is the egg of a kraken from the plane of water.
Scabbard.
Yes.
She hands it back to you. Do you still have a slingshot?
I made one for Cayenne, but I can make one.
You know, you can be spiteful because of your lineage. Whenever you come across this so-called dragon, you could launch this down its throat and watch him explode.
I don't know if that would be the right thing to do.
It'd be the fun thing to do, dude.
It's the fun thing to do. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know if that would be the right thing to do. This is a creature.
Our home is surrounded by water.
It is true. Suppose I should hold on to it then for now.
Talk to Cayenne about it. I'm sure she would be on board with that.
Oh, the family knows. They are aware of what it is.
No, the plan that I'm offering you.
I see. What time are you done tonight with all your meetings and such?
Past midnight eve.
Past midnight. Well, would you like to have a nice dinner?
Oh, you're going to cook for me.
I'm certainly going to attempt to.
I'll have the best chefs come and help you. I need to be safe for the next following day.
Of course. I've been actually practicing some more of the books that you have lent me. And speaking of which, I have this, and Feisty really loves it, and I'm gonna pull out the storybook, the one that Feisty loves.
And she starts looking at it with you. I do have an urgent thing to kind of take care of, and that's to have some of my people organize a barbecue cooking contest in the name of Feisty.
Oh, she's gonna love that.
Feisty's just laying there. She works back up instantly, and you can see that there's entrails of drool that have stuck to the table from where she fell asleep with a puddle of drool.
Oh yeah, you love the sound of that, don't you, Feisty? Barbecue upon barbecue upon barbecue. I wouldn't miss it for the thought. I'll be there.
And Kippa climbs on the table and walks over to Feisty and just holds her face, and she's like, one moment. And she goes over and she grabs a note and she writes something, and after about 5 minutes, someone comes in. They're dressed very nobly, and they're like, Lady Kippa, you called. Yes, I need to officiate something. And they pull out a scroll and they're like, as you will. I deem this here, Displacer Griffin, Feisty, a lady of our land and the forest. She is of nobility now, and to be treated as such. And the bard raises an eyebrow. As it will be done. And rolls the scroll up and bows and heads out.
guess that makes him 100% official now, Feisty. Or should I say, Lady Feisty? Give a little bow to her. Well,
Scav.
yes.
She gets off the table and she walks over to you and she's like, "You're an emperor. You need to learn proper etiquette.
I do.
How do you bow to someone?"
Go ahead and perform the proper bow.
And she watches you bow and she straightens you up.
Okay.
And she's like, "You simply nod your head. You never lower your head or keep your eyes off the person you're bowing to. You are an emperor. You never bend the knee or your body. You simply nod and watch them. Thus you acknowledge them, but you maintain your position. The moment you do more than that, you are submitting to them."
Right. I don't suppose you happen to have any books I can study.
He throws one at you from what she's already walked over to. And you look at the cover and it says, "My first etiquette book."
There are some friends in the city I have to see. But I will see you later on tonight.
She nods.
I wish you the best of luck with all the shenanigans of high nobility. I'll do my best not to fail. Make sure I try to do my best to keep the family alive. Not do any more reckless things unless absolutely necessary.
Only reckless with a purpose.
Reckless with a purpose.
She's like, "I'll see you tonight."
Give her a hug.
She hugs and just gives you a gentle nuzzle.
Probably do the same. And in Kobold, probably go ahead and say, "Love you, take care."
And she speaks back to you, and you, as you get to the door, you pause because it's any form of kobold you've never understood. It's not her traditional kobold that she grew
It's a
up with.
different language.
It's a nobility of draconic.
Draconic nobility. I need to learn how to speak that language at some point. It sounds really interesting.
It almost seems like it's kind of elven-like in a way. There's like high chirps and pitches to it, and almost like a bird kind of elven.
You're gonna have to teach me that sometime. Take care.
And she nods.
Give a nod back, a proper all this time.
And with that, with the family splitting off in their different directions, Cayenne getting to go and spend time with Lumion in the Druid Circle, Nikolai heading off to the docks.
No, actually going to the speak to the Gnomish priest first.
Okay. Manga, where are you off to?
Probably to see Honey if she's busy
Okay.
or not busy, I guess. Going to probably check on the old man.
Gabbard's off to talk to a few folks.
I'm gonna go and see how those individuals at the gem shop are doing, and afterwards go to the temple.
To finish off the night, Cayenne, Lumion stops you in the middle of the Druid Circle and holds both your hands, and he looks at you and he's like, "Thank you."
Oh, what for?
Acceptance. Of all the things that I could create or dream of, this is not one of them, and it has accepted me.
I have no reason to not be accepting of anything. And you have proven more often than not that you are worthy of acceptance.
And he just nods and he's like, "I will continue to strive for that." And he just leans in and gives you a really big, warm Lumion hug.
I'd return the hug.
And with that, we are going to finish up the night. We want to thank everybody for tuning in and joining us. The family finally has a breather coming up next session.
But it's all to prepare for a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, the path has been set before you, and it's a rough one.
We still gotta deal with those damn dread bats.
Oh my god. Just put the contract back. Use your emperor balls and say, we're not doing this, take it back.
I mean,
No, that wouldn't be the right thing to do.
so this, yeah. We will conclude here and pick up the various shenanigans next week. Say goodnight, everyone.
Good night.
Good night,
Good night,
everyone.
everybody.
We hope you have a wonderful week. Be safe.
Don't forget.
Enjoy.
Don't forget to share.
It's
this.
great.
Yeah,
tell
tell your
how
friends
tired
about
I am.
us.
Join our Discord.
Yeah, Discord. We always have conversations there, and we talk about session stuff and all sorts of weirdness. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Would-
Bye.